hope everybody is doing well this morning.
Frame up. Hello and welcome to Escape to Nature. We're coming to you live from the Amakhala Game Reserve in the Eastern Cape province of South Africa, where, surprise, surprise, once again, we are with the male cheetahs. And they have fat bellies. They've eaten about 30 kilos each of meat. So I'd also be a little bit in slow-mo if I was them. My name is Ralph Kirsten, and on the camera I've got Morgan. Yes, indeed, that is Morgan's thumb. Now, let's get back to these guys who have eaten so much meat that they just look so content with themselves. It is unbelievable. I think they do need a drink, however. But for now, they've just been wandering around, doing a bit of marking on all these trees up here on top of the hill, and they're now being shouted at by the Hadida. But a little bit of grooming and social bonding is never uncalled for. What amazing cats. It's been an absolute privilege to spend the last 3 days with them, watching them feeding on the adult female kuru that they took down, which was an incredible feat for these three. And with them developing nicely like that, we wonder what the future holds for us, to be following them as they go along this journey and just really growing into themselves and to the environment that they live in. Grooming being a very important part of the social bond. Ross Candy, it is indeed a wonderful start to the morning. Thanks for jumping on board with us. And as always, for everyone else, if you may have just joined, this is an interactive experience. So please send through your questions and your comments. We'd love to hear from you. So with Escape to Nature, slightly different to the sunrise and the sunset safaris, where we get to spend a little bit more time in the sightings themselves. And so we get to discuss all sorts of things, from different ecological concepts to stories that we may have experienced in the past with different wildlife on different game reserves, different locations, etc. And we'd love to hear about your experiences. And in this case, about cheetah. What do you know about cheetah? Where have you seen cheetah? Where have you seen them hunting? Where have you seen male coalitions of cheetah? That's what it's all about. This is a very big, large community that we'd love to join us on Wild Earth and Escaping to Nature. So it's really important that you get involved. I like to think of it as a massive archive of wildlife, and especially live, that we're not documenting this, we're not taking it from different locations, etc., and trying to put it all together and make a very dramatic show. This is as it is, and you're seeing it only a few seconds after it actually happens. So I'm thinking that might be the order of the day for these guys going forward. They're probably going to walk around, do a bit of marking, maybe go for a drink. I don't think they're going to be doing any hunting anytime soon. Maybe even for the next 2 to 4, 5 days. With them having such full bellies, they can sustain themselves for quite a while now. So it's wonderful when they do make a big kill like that and they manage to carry on feeding on it for such a long time. They are a perfect combo indeed, aren't they, Sandy? And it seems like, this combo has just begun with its hunting prowess. And I was saying a little bit earlier, I think the animals here, the prey species, are going to get a bit of a shock. I think that kudu got a shock. It's not used to having cheetah here. They've only been here for around about 2 months. And so they've got to get used to this predator pressure that is going to be forthcoming with their presence on the reserve. And the one that seems to be the leader with the collar on got up and walked off a little bit and then gave a small contact call, that little squeaky bird-like noise that cheetah do make, almost a signal to let's go boys. And then you see the other two now following. That one in front looks like it may have found something in the grass there, almost like a lizard or a mouse, but whatever it was, looks like it got away. So ever the opportunists, they will even hunt now if they can, but with a fat belly like that, they're not going to be as fast as they would usually be, so they're not going to be taking down any big prey, I would say. But if it's a scrub hare or a mouse or a lizard or anything, they'll grab it and eat it. But they've left the carcass now, and I think that may be it. I don't think they're going to go back, but you never know. Stranger things have happened. So Heather, generally yes, cheetah do sort of make their kills themselves, and they'll feed on it as quickly as possible before the bigger predators come and chase them off. However, hunger is a wonderful thing because it will make animals go and feed on things, whatever is available. So if a cheetah hasn't eaten in a long time and it needs to eat, needs energy, needs calories, and it comes across a carcass, even if it's rotten, they will feed on it. If that's available and there's not any other predators there, they'll go for it, absolutely. And as with all the predators, they can feed on rotten meat, and they have very strong stomach acid that neutralizes all the bacteria, etc., that may have started to grow on the carcasses themselves when they start rotting. So it's not a problem for them to eat stinky, smelly, rotten meat. They sort of digest all the bacteria and things that would make humans sick if we had to eat that kind of meat. Anyway, I don't know, can you still see them, Morgan?
Not at all.
Okay, they've headed on down the hill, so I think we're going to start up and just get us a better view. I need to go back to the road, so bear with me as we go on a little bumble and just catch up with these guys. Nice here on the top of a hill, so, and it's nice and open here, there's not too many thickets, so I think we should be able to see them again nice and clearly. I'm pretty sure they're going to be in the lookout for water, so if there's a puddle or something, they'll stop to drink. You can see them clearly. Yeah, that might give us a nice view from here. There we go. They might get some water down there in the bottom of the valley. I don't think there is, but you never know. We have had some rain in the last few days, so they might find a spot to have a drink. This is the perfect landscape for cheetah to live on and to hunt. There's lots and lots of food. You don't see any prey species currently in the direct vicinity, but just off from them, quite far in the distance, there's a lot of red-hearted beest. There's also some black wildebeest, and they might even be watching these guys as they walk down because there's lots of them all facing this direction. So I think they've clocked them. That inherent fear of predators. But they haven't had this kind of pressure, so that they're not used to being chased, and they may not be as fit as they would like, or would sort of put them in a better position, a more advantageous position of being pressured by predators. It makes and keeps them fit And if you're running away from predators a lot and you're escaping predators, it also gives you that experience of having predators chase you. So the next time another one does, it puts you in a better position to be able to escape. Whereas these animals now are learning for the first time with cheetah around. So it's a little bit different. They're not quite as fit and they're not quite as experienced in escaping the jaws and claws of cheetah. And of course, Murphy's Law, they're probably going to disappear behind this one bush that we have in front of us. But let's just see. There's been lots of marking and defecating. Obviously with fat, full bellies like that, that's going to be a constant now for the next few days. The initial scat that comes out is a black slop, and it's mainly the blood that almost passes through. It's slightly digested. Later on, there'll be more solid scat, and then right towards the end, once they've fully digested it, then you start to have fragments of bone, as well as a lot of hair. Sort of right towards the end, once they've digested everything, that's when you get that last scat that is almost entirely hair that comes through, and that's obviously when they would have been chewing in the areas of the coat or the fur, and that's where they would have been consuming that, but they don't digest it, they literally pass that straight through. So it's the flesh organs that they do digest, not so much the bones and the hair. That goes almost straight through them. And that's how you can also use that as one of the indicators, whether it's if you're trying to work out what predator scat you're looking at, if you come across any, if there's no bone fragments, if there's no hair, and when you break it up, especially when it's dry and it's literally a straight powder, you can pretty much guess that it's hyena, either brown or spotted. They have an extremely strong stomach acid, and they can even digest teeth. So you don't find any bones and or teeth in hyena scat, whereas you do in leopard, lion, and cheetah. Obviously, the pure size of it, you can tell whether it's lion. Leopard and cheetah don't make such big scat. And then leopards bigger than cheetah. And cheetah you also find a lot more slender, longer. It's almost like their body when they do drop their scat. And cheetah also, like we saw, they like to defecate on the top of marking posts, almost like jackals. And with jackals, we say they've got small man syndrome, similar to mongoose as well. They like to go onto the highest point that they can get onto and then defecate on top of it, whether it's a termite mound or a tree stump or even a bush. They like to put it on top of that. And the higher the scat, the sort of more prowess the jackal seems to have. And with cheetah, they seem to do a similar thing as with jackal and mongoose. Whereas leopard and lion, they generally just do it on the ground. So some alarm calls coming from the red hartebeest off in the distance. They have indeed spotted these cheetah, but they don't seem to mind at all. They're not on the hunt. They're not looking to be chasing any animals now. I think the only thing they're on the hunt for is water. It's a lovely day here in the Amakhala Game Reserve and in the Eastern Cape in general. We have had a very hot period. It was over 40 degrees for a good week or so, and now it's dropped pretty much half that. It's around 20, 22 degrees, lots of cloud cover, nice breeze coming through. So the animals are very comfortable, and so are we. We're not sweating as much as we were, and we're not having to drink as much water as well. So it's a nice relief after the heat wave that we've just come out of. So you're going to see them doing this as well. They walk for a bit and then they lie down. It's almost just too much for them because those bellies are swollen and it's not easy walking either. You can see them semi-slow-mo. And it's also nice that it's cooled down because when it was so hot, very difficult driving around in the middle of the day to find any animals that are doing anything. Already at 8:30 in the morning, it was well into the mid-30s. So from that time already, all the predators were looking for shade. Even the elephants were inactive during that time because it was extremely hot. So to drive around and be on safari when it's hot like that, it's pretty dismal in terms of sightings. You might see some animals just hiding in the shade. Probably the best sightings would be tortoises that are using their solar panel shells to heat up in the sun, and then they become active when it's very hot like that. But everything else is trying to hide from the sun. And then they'd be active at night rather when it gets nice and cool. Rob, so we can't be absolutely sure, but all I can tell you is what I know, and also from the reports of the rangers, is that since they've been here, I'm going to count, they killed an impala, they had a couple of piglets that they killed, 2 or 3, so let's go with 2. Then they killed a duiker, they've killed 2 duiker. Then they've killed a eland baby, and they've killed a black wildebeest baby, and then they've killed this kudu. So in my mind, it's probably between, well, we count 8, but maybe they've killed a couple of little animals in between there as well. So I'd say in the regions of about 10 kills, and the most substantial one being this latest, which was, and there's a warthog that could have potentially been food, but not with that cheetah that's got such a full belly. Let's run down towards the thicket. Oh, no, it's looking at them. It's just near to that thicket, yeah. I don't think there's going to be anything happening there. It's almost like that warthog knows it's coming towards them. This guy means business. He's not scared. And now the cheetah walking away from the warthog. Can you believe it? Warthog 1, cheetah 0. It's a good thing that they're not too keen to take down warthogs because they can be quite a tricky customer, especially for a cheetah, and they can do them quite a bit of harm. And if you are a cheetah and you get an injury and you rely on your speed and your health and your fitness, it can mean the death of you. So rather leave that warthog alone because it looks like he means business. I think that is the same one that we saw yesterday come towards the kudu carcass. It looked like it wanted to have a bite on that, and then got a fright when it saw the cheetah. But I definitely think that we should call him Mr. Pig because he's not scared. I'm sure it's the same one, Morgan. Got the same size tusks and a very similar looking mane. And he doesn't seem to be scared of these cheetahs, as was the one yesterday. He's running towards them. I wonder if he might chase them off. They've gone in behind that thicket. They might be going to either lie down. They might, as I say, they've been going from point to point, marking and dropping their scat. They might be doing the same there. There's quite a prominent thicket with some dead branches and trees, etc. But that warthog is moving in on them. What is he doing? He's going for a hunt. Imagine that. Warthog hunting cheetah.
Can you see the cheetah?
I can't see the cheetah.
Oh, there's one coming.
There is coming through the middle. I wonder if these guys are gonna... No, that warthog. Maybe he wants to make friends. Oh, can you see if they land again? It's just gone off. There's the eastern red-footed falcons, or the ammo falcons that were just on top of the branches there. There's one circling. Looks like it wants to come back. And off it goes. So one of the cheetah making its way. Olivia! This warthog is brave, isn't it? Oh, there he comes out now. He's brave, but he's maybe not as stupid as we think. Well, the best form of defense is attack. Maybe he's taking on that mantra. He's really prancing there in the background. He's got his mane up. Oh, the cheetah running away from the warthog. They both went in opposite directions. I think they both got a fright. And the warthog coming back. This guy really is pushing his luck. Although, with a mane like that, maybe the cheetah are best just moving off. That is a big warthog.
Thank you for joining us and have a fantastic...
Did you miss all? Never fear, you won't have to miss another beat on Wild Earth again with our Catch-Ups channel, where you can rewatch missed safaris and shows whenever you please. Only available on the Wild Earth app.
Thank you for joining us and have a fantastic morning.
I'm convinced that they're looking for a drink. So when you're an animal and you're out here in the wild, you can't just walk to the fridge or go and turn the tap on when you want to have water. Well, in these parts of the country, sometimes even when you turn the tap on, there's nothing that comes out. But for the cheetah, they need to literally go and find it. So they need to find their food, they need to catch it, they eat it, and very often that can be very far from water. So one of the adaptations of cheetahs, particularly where they sort of generally are found in arid, semi-arid environments, they're actually very well evolved to go for lengthy periods without any water at all. But when they're fed, they do like to have a drink, especially when they've eaten so much like these guys have. So that's why I'm of the opinion and the view that they definitely want to go and get some liquid down. So Sam, if it's very dry and there's not any rain, cheetah scent marks can last for quite an extended period, and they're quite, adapted to live in those kind of dry areas. So yeah, it can last a few weeks to even a couple of months. But if it rains, obviously it washes that markings down and dilutes it, and then obviously the smell sort of is washed away. So you'll find very often after periods of rain that most, if not all, the predators go to remark all their territory. So, oh, and we've got some more warthogs coming into the scene. I wonder if they're going to gang up on these cheetah. Seems like old matey at the bottom there called for reinforcements. And here comes the cavalry. So yes, it will depend, but it can last for extended periods, but not when it rains. So it has rained in the last 2 days, so they are well within their rights to be going and marking the entire territory, which is what we've seen them start to do. And you would also see lions doing it on the big reserve, and also brown hyena as well as spotted hyenas. There'll be a lot of a remarking of their anal pastings, so they go around. And after this kind of rain, often when you drive around on safari and through the game reserves, you can then start to smell fresh markings, the popcorn smell of leopards. Cheetah is not such a strong smell. It is a little bit musky, like you might find with lion and leopard, but it's almost a bit more diluted. It's not as strong. And I think another one of the adaptations for them to try and go under the radar, where they're not picked up as easily by the predators, even though they've got very strong sense of smell. So they still pick it up, but maybe not from as far a distance as the loud and proud markings of lion, leopard, and hyenas. So in that way, they sort of don't expose themselves as easily. Oh yeah, I think that's the warthog's grazing site. So he wasn't happy that the cheetah were there. That's his restaurant. The cheetah walking and resting, walking and resting. I'll be doing that for a day or two. Who knows, they may disappear into a thicket and go to sleep. So Eddie, yeah, that's a very common question, but a very relevant question. A lot of people want to know what would make these guys fight or have conflict. We saw it a little bit with the food, with the kudu, but there was so much available that they didn't really need to fight, and it was a little bit of half-hearted fighting. But when you find them and they've got just a little piglet, and there's not enough to go round for all three of them, then they will fight over it. But it's not something that will split them up. We also saw it with Dacre, and same thing, there's not quite enough for all three of them. Or they want to go for particular parts, the lungs, the kidneys, those nice tasty organs for them, and they might fight over those areas. But when I say fight, there's a bit of growling, a bit of a standoff, maybe a little bit of a sort of slap with the paw, nothing serious. When it comes to females, however, that come onto the scene, when these guys are fully sexually mature, and a female that comes into the area that presents itself and potential mate, that's when you might have more conflict. However, with cheetah, we do know that they sometimes even multiple males will cover the same female. So you might find that these guys work out between them who's the dominant one. It's little times when they are having conflict over food that they might work out who is a little bit more stronger or more aggressive than the others. And generally that one would then take preference with the female. But you can have then the other two coming in secret, leaving the other two of the coalition and going in secret to the female, mating with her, and then returning. And they can all do this. So in so doing, if a female comes in, a three-male coalition is fantastic for her, because it supplies wonderful security, especially once she has cubs. So the female would like the males to believe, all of them, that they're the father. And if they all believe that they're the father, all three of them will help to defend the area and the cubs, and they won't kill them as well. So if one of them thinks that it's not theirs, they could still attack the female and attack the cubs. But if they all think that they have sired the cubs, they'll all protect the female and the cubs that come along after the mating. So it's and in so doing also ensures a very good mix of genetics too. And yeah, so it's a little bit of trickster or tricky nature that comes in from the female. Whether it's by chance or not, it just ensures that kind of protection and mixture of genes. Have they gone in that bush now?
No, they're out in the open.
Oh, there on the left, I see, yeah.
Not easy to see.
Flat out, white bellies dotted on the landscape. Expanded, massive fat bellies on the opposite side of the valley. So they wouldn't really lie out in the open like that if it was very hot. It's only because it's nice and cool. warthog, who seems to be our friend. He keeps coming to visit us where we stay. And the cheetah also were right next to where we stay. They killed that kudu literally 30 meters from our door. So we've had a wonderful couple of days watching them while we have a coffee in the morning, and when we get back in the evenings, they've been there. They've been like our neighbors. So not only have we spent lots of time with them out on game drive, we've spent a wonderful time with them sort of right on the kill next to where we live. So a completely different kind of aspect that we've brought into it. It's been absolutely fabulous. Very unique and very special. I don't know if there's many people that can say that they've experienced a three-male coalition taking down a kudu right near to their house, and then spending the next few days watching them literally devour the entire thing. At night, sometimes I would sit outside and you could hear them crunching, feeding on the carcass. I couldn't see them, but you could just hear it. Now, however, they have left the remains of the carcass. There's the head, and there's the stomach, and there's the backbone, and there's the legs. So in the next few days, especially if the sun comes out, we're going to have a wonderful smell right next to where we live. So hopefully that brings in the hyenas and they get rid of all of it. Otherwise we're going to be enjoying that lovely smell that's going to permeate from that carcass in the time ahead. Yeah, so they're quite far on the other side there now. Almost difficult to spot, but you can just see the three white bellies. A little bit of wind picking up now as it goes on and the day progresses. Seems it's coming in from the south, but southwest, which is where this front came from, coming up from Cape Town. And I hear down in the areas around Cape Town, Somerset West, and leading up to Plettenberg Bay, there, or the Garden Route, there's more rain expected. They're having rain there, so we normally Cape Town normally takes about a week after it's been raining in Cape Town. In Plettenberg Bay, after that, it's normally about 3 days or so that it gets to us. So it's sort of it's nice to hear from the guys down there. When they tell us that it's raining there, then we expect it accordingly to the places where they've had it. With the days after, then we have that expectation. So there is rain, more rain on the way, which is good for us. Once again, it's not good for safaris because it's difficult to go out. All the guests are getting wet, and for us, it obviously the equipment doesn't handle moisture, so it's difficult to stay out when it is raining, especially the kind of wind that comes with the rain here. Sometimes the rain is coming in sideways, and it doesn't just pour straight down. We have lots and lots of wind here, so you can expect when it is raining that the wind will accompany it, and then it makes life difficult. But the ground, the animals, everything needs it. The groundwater is extremely low, and so we need that all replenished. The Bushman's River is still dry, and hopefully this year, if not next year, maybe it will flow again if we have this continuous rain that comes through. So I'm hoping that long may it continue. can you hear some Egyptian geese just having a bit of domestic disputes, making a bit of noise. We had the Hardidars earlier. There were some guinea fowl that also came down the tree from the trees when the sun came out, and they often roost up in the trees overnight and then make an almighty noise when they come down, along with the Hardidars. Anyway, speaking of Hardidars, I'm going to Hardidar you on over to Stephen.
Thanks, Ralph, and good morning, everybody. Good morning. Welcome to Madikwe. Welcome again to Skokopane, where the action never seems to stop. Unfortunately, we've just been having some difficulties, but now we are with you once again live, and, well, you haven't missed too much this morning, I suppose. Hello, everybody. My name is Steve, and I'm joined by Rian on camera, and we are out and about in the warmth of Madikwe this morning to bring you some wonderful wildlife and action again at the watering hole. And again, we are here at Skokopane, where the birds are at least entertaining us for the moment. We did just have a wonderful sighting with a herd of elephants that came in. There's been a number of warthogs already, but slowly but surely the day is going to warm up, and I have a feeling we're going to see some splendid action. Indeed, as I say that, I get a visual of a wildebeest who's on his way. We'll see if he does eventually make it through, but we're expecting to see possibly some giraffe, some impala, a huge number of warthogs, and I have no doubt more bird species, and of course the elephant energy at this muddy drinking wallow is going to be profound. Oh, I wonder if you can get that bird that just came down there, Rian. You see he's at my 1 o'clock. It's just over here. Oh, he's off, he's gone. He's flown away. Rachel, you're excited to see what Mother Nature has in store for us. Well, we're excited as well. We had some splendid views here yesterday. The bird that just took off was a long-tailed paradise wider. And we've been seeing lots of the males in breeding plumage, but it's very difficult to get them on camera. Nearly got them there. I think we might have just got his tail as he departed. So I still haven't had much feedback from the naturalists as well as any viewers about yesterday. We had a herd of elephants in this wallow, and a herd of wildebeest came and displaced them. It's quite remarkable, something very special to see, and it's definitely something that I myself have never seen before. A very thirsty bunch of wildebeest came in and just really got stuck into this watering hole. The calves were in the mud completely. They were completely covered in mud. It was quite something. And this pan is slowly but surely becoming a death trap for antelope species. I think wildebeest is still quite strong, but impala and the smaller antelope species have potential to get stuck. We nearly had one yesterday get stuck. But who knows, maybe today is the day. Not bringing it on, I'm not hoping for something to get stuck, but unfortunately when these muddy wallows get right down to the dregs, they become quite precarious. And this wildebeest is wondering why there's nobody else around drinking. He's got time. They are very vigilant, male wildebeest. They occupy territory for many years and they go to and from water regularly, and they are very vigilant. It's not often you see a territorial wildebeest male being caught by lions. They know every inch of the area. They know anything that's out of place. we are entrenched. We have some hot beverages and some snacks. Hello, Pam. You'd like to know how the wildebeest got its name. Well, first of all, we'd need to translate what the word wildebeest means. And wilde means wild, and beest means cow. In Afrikaans, am I correct, Rian? I've got an Afrikaans translator on the back. And so, essentially, when the first settlers, you can imagine the Dutch settlers, came to the Cape, and they spoke Dutch, which is where Afrikaans originated from, they would have seen these beast, these cow-like animals, running around the wilderness a little bit mad. Now, coming from Europe, cows would have been domesticated, and they would have stayed in open fields, and they would have fed, and they would have never been running around, cavorting around like wildebeest tend to do. And so the first Cape settlers, the Dutch, that saw these wild-looking cows running around, they thought, well, that's a wild cow, when actually it's not a cow at all. It's a wildebeest. But the other name is the gnu, which is more of an English onomatopoeia name for them. The brindled gnu, also known as the blue wildebeest. And down in Amakhala, Ralph has got the family member, the black wildebeest. Easy to remember because the blue wildebeest has got a black tail and the black wildebeest has got a white tail. It makes lots of sense, I know. But it was not me around in those days who named them. And he's got a couple of friends coming behind. There we go. First thing you notice, Rian, what's the first thing you notice there? You notice the tusks, eh? Apparently. You see those white flashes from a distance and you think tusks. But I can almost assure you, looking at the size of those two, that their tusks are very, very small, but difficult for a predator to see that straight up. And that is exactly the objective. Now, we discussed it at length yesterday, and I have no doubt we shall delve once more into the depth of warthog and wildebeest ecology. But for now, just for a few moments, I'm just going to be quiet and just allow you to just listen to whatever sounds might be emanating from around us. Slowly but surely they come down, and then we get a real proper beast of a warthog. And that is what those others are trying to mimic, is that, or imitate, is those tusks on the side of his face. Now that guy right there would cause most animals some serious harm. They are very stocky, powerful animals, solid, you could say, and their whole life they have their head down and they move it up and down as they feed, so their neck is next level powerful. What on earth are those birds coming down? Binoculars at the ready, Steve. Binoculars at the ready. Hopefully those birds will land once more. Nancy, no, they love the mud. They love it. Absolutely love it. And elephants are going to arrive as well shortly. There's a whole flock of birds that I don't know what they are. I think they might be Pratten Coles by my... Oh, and the elephants are arriving from behind, and the wildebeest chased the warthogs away because, well, that's what they do. They're wild, you see. Yes, very nice. Well, if they do come in and land again, there's a little group of... Here they are coming here. Group of black-winged Pratten Coles that might land down here. They are a nomadic species. Hopefully we get them landing. But they... Here we go. Gonna make you work around. They're gonna make you work. Very easily identified by... Obviously they're in a group. It's quite nice to see, but that... Got a white belly and a white rump as they're flying. Just the sort of shape that they have. I've spent time with the collared pratycoles at Chitwa. They've got a similar sort of flight pattern. But here we go. This is a much more relaxed sort of evolution of elephants. This is clearly a couple of bulls that have arrived, and they've taken their time to get here, and it's not as exciting as it was when our double breeding herd arrived just before. They came in with gusto and a lot of enthusiasm. These three are sort of like, okay, let me check. One at the back is probably going to push. Ooh, is that actually a young female at the back there? It is. A young female with two suitors. And there's going to be some animosity between these two. That's what is happening. She is a young female, but she's probably breeding ready. But it's definitely not something I've seen commonly in my life. A young female away from the herd. That rubbing post there is the favorite spot for our elephants. We've seen them all give it a good scratch. And Kelly, you want to know how big do female elephants get? Well, they don't get as big as the males, anywhere between 2,500 and 3,500 kilograms. Many of the books say that males only get to about 5,000, but I've been involved in an operation that captured some elephant males and they weighed them and they were up to 6,700 kilograms. Still very big, still very heavy. But when you see the males, especially big males against the females, these aren't very big males. These are still, I'd say, in their early 20s, if not, about there. And that post is the favorite bum scratching post. But the mud wallow itself has attracted such an amazing amount of animals in the last few days, and it will continue to do so. Sorry, Rian, I forget about that pole. There we go, under the neck, behind the ear, hard to reach places. Right there on the inside of the hip, right on the bum. Well, Jenny, they tend to do a lot of rubbing after they've gotten themselves nice and moist. So I'd say that probably does do something to the texture. Let me reposition here, yeah, because I'm just going to open up to the side. They tend to do a lot of rubbing after they've wet their body and covered in mud, which means there's probably a different softness to it, because you don't really see them doing much rubbing when the skin is dry. So it's like us when we go and wash ourselves or exfoliate ourselves. It's always good to sort of wet the body first and to moisturize the skin first, and then it's probably more of an absorption thing that happens, and then they scratch and they rub and then they cover in dust again. It's something I've observed, that I feel that this throwing of dust is a comfort thing. It's a familiar sort of something that they do, almost an automatic response after they've spent time mud wallowing. girl wants a piece of the action. Boys are very interested in what she's smelling like. Of course, Christina. That's what boys do. They fight. Neither of them are in must. So I'm not actually sure what's going to happen here. They're obviously very interested in following her around. Or maybe she's the one who's interested in following them around and causing their brotherhood a little bit of concern. But there doesn't seem to be much mating interest. But yes, indeed, they would fight and compete if it came down to it, and generally must is the deciding factor. Size obviously overweighs size, but if one of them's in must, it definitely is a bigger influence. But it didn't appear that either of them were in must. I feel like they are still youngish males. If anything, they're trying to impress her by being so bulky and pushy, hoping she's going to choose. It's possible that she knows them. She's related. Jojo, it is indeed. You know, we can spend our lives in the bush and things will happen that we don't really know about. I was in Pridens last year and we were at Ndlovu Dam and we had 7 or 8 large elephant bulls, and with them was a calf, a baby elephant. No females to be seen. And I've never ever seen that before in my life. We really tried to find the females and we couldn't find. So we just figured that the bulls were on their way and the calf decided to join them. Have no other Oh, there we go. Now it's time for a bum shake, little bum scratch. Now you can see he's enjoying that. Oh, it's like you were laughing at me. These are typical boys, eh? Typical boys. Now they're having a competition, a little chat. And she's decided she wants to dig into the earth herself. Testing her once again. See if anything's changed in the last 5 minutes. Seems like a lot of curiosity to me from both sides. She's definitely interested in something. Bit of touch. And now the boys are going to compete once more. Don't let this young lady come between your friendship, boys. Don't let it happen. He's going to go back to his scratching post. The one on the right is definitely the more dominant of the two. You can see the behavior now. Okay, well, we're going to stay here with the elephants and see what action and activities they get up to. In the meantime, let's go and say good morning to Lisa.
everybody from a very windy Juma, as you can hear. We are really trying not to blow away myself and the impalas, but it is a beautiful day in Juma nonetheless, and I hope everyone is having an awesome Wednesday. Of course, my name is Lisa. I will be the waterhole naturalist for the day. And I really hope we are going to have an awesome day at all of our waterholes and of course all of our locations. And hopefully we'll have a few interesting sightings like the one Steve just had with those beautiful elephants. It really is very windy, which is probably why the impalas are out and about, because it is very hot and humid, so I think they are just enjoying the breeze a little bit. This is a bachelor herd. Alrighty, well the wind is making it a little bit difficult for us in Juma, so let us head on over to Okokoyo and see what's happening there. Welcome to the beautiful green Okokoyo, and absolutely the contrast of what we just had in Juma. You can see it's sunny, it's peaceful, there's no wind blowing us away. However, that being said, you should have seen the storm that was here yesterday afternoon. It was insane. It literally looked like a painting. It was dark and black, and I assume that is why all of the animals are hiding, but that's alright. We'll look for them, we'll wait for them. You can see far out there's some movement, and of course those are the springbok. It's always interesting, you know, when it does rain, it sort of seems like a lot of effort going back and forth the whole time, because every time there's a storm or just even a little bit of rain, the animals all decide, no, we're going to hide in the tree line. And then some of them disappear longer than the others. But remember, I'm sure Steve has reminded you already this morning, but we are live. And of course, we love hearing from you. So please do send through your questions, your comments. Especially now while we wait for the animals, let me know what you want to chat about today, and we will definitely do so. Oh, but this place is just becoming beautiful, absolutely beautiful. Just look at this. All of the grass. And if you are not familiar with this beautiful location of ours, this is the lovely Okokoyo in Namibia. It is known as the largest salt lake in Africa. And that is why we've got so much snow, aka white rocks, around in this area. And it's really becoming so picturesque. A couple of weeks ago, it was just soil and white rocks. It was rather gloomy now that I think about it, you know, in comparison to how beautiful it is now. Of course, all of the minerals, the salts, the calcrete, that is what is contributing to all of these white rocks we see around. The very few trees we see around the actual waterhole. And even so, the animals love it here, and they thrive. They survive, they do their thing. So it really is so incredible when you compare this location to all of our other locations. Madikwe, Kariga, Amakhala, Juma. It really is awesome. my goodness, Dee, if I get this message once more, I'm going to cry. I'm going to send you over to Nick, because apparently he's again succeeded in finding that beautiful lion.
And good morning from Kariega Game Reserve here in the Eastern Cape, where we've got slightly cooler conditions this morning, but a lovely, lovely scene to start our escape to nature. My name is Nick. I'm going to be your photographic naturalist for today. Oh, and what an amazing way to start our escape to nature. Look at this. So I've been trying for days on end now to be able to get this lioness in frame, to bring her to you live. Remember, we have seen the two males, the two brothers before, and I have mentioned that there is a young lioness of 2.5 years that's been looking to mate with these males, and this is her. We finally got to find her here, and she is an absolute beauty. This is my first time that I'm seeing this lioness. You can see there's one male in the background there at the top of our frame. The second male is just off to the left, 10 meters to the left. And yeah, this is super exciting. They're in a perfect area here. They're in quite a nice little open spot. So you can see if they are sitting up like they're doing now, we're getting a beautiful sort of angle here. And it's amazing to see the color differences between the males and this female. She's quite light in color. You know, which genetically you do get some lighter colored animals every now and then. But it's going to be very interesting to see going forward here what actually happens, you know, in terms of interactions amongst all three of these lions. I'm super excited to just spend the whole day with these guys and girl and see what transpires. So remember, this is most likely going to be the first sort of mating experience for this young lioness. She's only about 2.5 years. Wendy, 100%. She is a stunner. She's an absolutely beautiful lioness. Let me see if I can potentially zoom in a little bit on her face for you here. Oh, there we go. Look at that. She really is a stunning looking lion. So yeah, it's really going to be interesting to see what happens. You know, she's obviously not going to be very experienced in terms of mating, but I'm very excited to see, it's a big stretch, any type of interaction between the males. There's one male there, other one coming across. There's our first bout of mating for the day. Wow, that's absolutely incredible. Look at that, we've spent just a few minutes and already we've seen a little bit of action here. So this is obviously the dominant male of the two. He is the one who's got a lot more scars, a lot more scratches and things on his face. So being the dominant male, he's going to be the one who's doing all of the mating. Let me pan to the side while we've got this other male sitting up slightly. So to me, looking at these two males, remember they are brothers, this particular one that we're having a look at, to me, he's got the more impressive mane. But he is not the dominant one. Remember, the one we've just seen mating, he's going to be the dominant brother. And yes, this one's mane is a bit more fuller, and as you saw on that other male, he does have a collar. Remember, these males have only been around here for sort of 6 months or so on Kariega. So just in terms of research purposes and things like that, that other one has just got a collar just to collect a whole lot of data, and I'm sure at some point that'll be coming off. What an absolute beauty. Look at him. Look how full and thick and dense that mane is. Unreal. So it was either yesterday or the day before. I can't quite remember. All the days kind of merge into one out here in the bush. But I managed to find these lions, but they were in a very, very tricky position in terms of positioning the vehicle to get to, as well as being down in a deep, thick valley. The signal wasn't that great either, so it was technically quite challenging to get a clear view of them. But there was a little bit of a skirmish between these two males, between these two brothers. Remember, that dominant one is going to want to be doing all of the mating. For him, he wants to ensure 110% that his genes are being passed on, not his brothers. So you've got to keep in mind that in terms of growing up, these two males, they would have been obviously playing with each other from a young age and inadvertently determining who's going to be the dominant male throughout that process.
Here at Wild Earth, we know it's not always possible to watch your favorite show live. If catching up on safaris is critical to you, then download the Wild Earth app and watch the catch-ups here first. Catch-ups are available on our app before YouTube, and in addition, there are cut-downs of each show for those who only have time to watch the best bits.
That was incredibly cute.
Download the brand new Wild Earth app today and don't miss out.
And if you have just managed to join us now, if you found a little spot of time to join us, welcome. So glad we could have you. At the moment we are here at Kariga Game Reserve in the Eastern Cape. Slightly cooler conditions we've got today, slightly more overcast conditions, but we've started off our escape to nature with this beautiful scene of this male lion and his brother, and there is a lioness in and amongst them. We've had some lovely elephants in Madikwe. Lisa's been around to say good morning as well. So I'm definitely going to be spending the sort of the majority of the day here with these lions. Just remember, I'll be your photographic naturalist for today. So if you do have any questions about photography or ideas and things like that, ask away. You can see with these longer blades of grass that we've got, they're just kind of gently swaying in the breeze. Maybe a little bit more than a breeze, but it's nothing too significant. So where we have positioned ourselves, or at least where we found these lions, is closer to the top of a ridge line. So there is a bit of a breeze coming right across the top of the ridge here. There is a water hole not too far off, maybe about 150 meters away. So just to orientate you in terms of where we are, a lot of you will be familiar with Scotia Dam and the clearings around Scotia Dam. So we are quite far away from that now. So we're a little bit further. There comes a yawn, look at that. Oh, beauty. That would have been the picture to get, but I was slacking on the job. So yeah, just in terms of relation of where we are, we're now much further west of Scotia Dam. As the crow flies, probably a good few kilometers, 3-4 kilometers. Another one. I nailed it. I got the shot. Boom shakalaka. Remember, yawning is potentially a precursor of him getting up and shifting positions. We haven't seen too much grooming from him yet. Crystal, 100%. I'm so happy that we could bring these 3 lions to you. Like I said, I've been trying for days on end now to be able to bring all 3 of them to you. We did get a quick glimpse of this male that we're looking at right now yesterday, and the other 2 were in the bushes, in the thickets. So I'm just going to keep the camera on this one for the moment. The other 2 are lying down completely flat. You can barely see them. Look at this male's mane. Every time I see him, it amazes me every single time. Remember, for a male lion, his mane is probably one of the main sort of indicators of his health. If it's nice and thick and luscious like this one is. Don't know if you heard me snap a picture. Got that one. Yes, please. If it's nice and thick like this male's, yeah, it's a good sign that he's in really good condition. If a male lion is very stressed in terms of maybe there's not enough food, or there's a drought and water's hard to find, or there's a lot of competition from a rival coalition of male lions, if he's still growing, if he's still developing, if he's around sort of 3.5 years or so, his mane won't grow as fast as it should. Or if he is a fully developed lion and those stress factors that we talked about are affecting him, his mane may actually thin out a little bit. So we can see, looking at this one, that he's got a thick mane. He's 4.5 years, so he's still a relatively young lion, he's still going to continue to develop. His mane might get a little bit darker. I mean, I doubt it's going to get much thicker. It's already very thick. But in terms of body size, potentially he might get a little bit bigger still. Let me see if I can zoom out and show you exactly where I am to just kind of show you what the background looks like. I'm going to cut the line off for the moment. Look at that as a background. I mean, Absolutely stunning. That's what we're looking upon. That's what you call a vista and a half. He obviously took his opportunity while we panned away from him just to put his head down and get back to his siesta. But he is an absolute beauty. So remember, in terms of I'll get back to what I was saying now. No, I didn't quite get your question. I'll get it again now, I'm sure. No, how far can a lion pick up scent? How far can it smell something? How far away is it going to detect it? I think there's a lot of variables we need to keep in mind. Wind direction, is the wind blowing from, let's say, a carcass towards that lion? How much of a breeze is there? Is it blowing quite hard? Is it not blowing hard? Is the breeze going in the opposite direction? How old is that carcass? So let's say it's a really old carcass of. I've seen a hippo that passed away from a fight with another hippo, and this pride of lions. There weren't hyenas or anything on the hippo, but the pride of lions seemed to pick up that scent from quite a few kilometers off. So something like that, they're really going to be able to detect that from very far away. But I mean, something like another rival male lion, let's say the wind is not blowing in the direction of this male, and that other lion was not roaring or anything like that. Well, in terms of scent, he's going to need that lion to be a whole lot closer, definitely not kilometers away. He'll need it to be, 200, 300 meters away or so. So it depends on the situation, but they do have a very, very well developed sense of smell. Sense of hearing is really good as well. Eyesight also really well developed. So in terms of this whole mating process that's going on now, only his brother, the dominant one, is going to be doing the mating. But you will see, if the dominant one is lying with his female together, and this male that we're looking at now had to get up and potentially walk in a sort of a rough direction of where they are, his brother would get up and run towards him, and he would not be afraid to get into a squabble, to fight with him. He wants that female all to himself. And this brother seems to kind of understand it. He's kind of come to terms with the fact that he's most likely not going to be doing any mating with that lioness. And he's kind of just sticking around, 20 meters away, 10 meters away. It's not like he's just leaving them to be, and maybe in a week's time he'll meet up with his brother again. Remember, it would be a bit of a different situation, let's say, if there was two lionesses here. Although there is a dominant male amongst these two, that one dominant male, he won't be able to mate with both of those lionesses at the same time and prevent his brother from mating. So they would more than likely just take one lioness each. But I'm sure there would still be a little bit of squabbling and things like that. So remember, it's interesting when you do look at the courtship sort of rituals and mating processes of lions, very different to that of something like leopard. Remember, with leopard, your female is usually instigating that whole mating process of getting up and being sort of very flirtatious with that male, thrashing her tail in front of the male, presenting herself for him to mount. Whereas for lions, it's kind of the opposite, you know. The male may get up and initiate that whole mating process. Or even sometimes you'll see the female will get up just to shift positions, maybe to move from a sunny patch to a shady patch if it's getting hot, and that'll rouse the male. He will get up and mate. So the majority of the time, it is the male lion who will initiate the mating process. Very interesting with leopard though. Remember to secure cubs. A female leopard will mate with a few males if there are multiple males in her territory. Even if she's not in estrus, if she's not really looking to mate to, you know, obviously produce a youngster, she will almost like pseudo mate to fool that male into thinking that the cubs are his. And I've seen male leopards a few times where the female is going ballistic in front of him, you know, thrashing the tail, presenting herself, lots of deep sort of purrs / growls, and he's just not interested. He's not having any of it. So very different strategies and processes between those two different cat species. So remember, mating for lions, on average, they're mating every sort of 20 minutes to half an hour or so for around 4 days at a time. So I would say the mating pair, the couple, has probably been at it for already sort of 2 or 3 days, maybe even more. So I would say it's more than likely starting to come to the end of the mating sort of period. Remember, frequency of mating will be a whole lot more frequent at the start of the process as opposed to coming to sort of the end of day 3, day 4. But we saw right away when we started live here, 20 minutes ago or so, how the minute that lioness got up and started to walk diagonally to the left, how the dominant male got up straight away and kind of blocked his brother from getting any closer to that female, and then took the opportunity to mate with her. Obviously that's passing on his bloodline, but then also at the same time establishing his dominance once again by pretty much mating right in front of his brother. So very, very subtle use of sort of positioning of the body, and then that actual mating itself is definitely still securing his spot as top dog. So all is still, all is peaceful for the moment. Our lions have all got their heads down. There's quite a few little termite mounds and things around here. Let me pan to the side. I want to show you this here. So you can see that that termite mound just kind of through here. And obviously we know that the color of lions is that kind of tawny color. And I'd been chatting to a few of the the other rangers here at Kariga, and they said no, that these lions were somewhere in the area around here. So I came to look for them, not knowing exactly where they were. And I was looking up and down, and they said go and check close to the waterhole, because they said I'm sure they're going to go to this other little waterhole here. So I was checking around the waterhole, and there was thickets there, and there are these termite mounds everywhere. And obviously they're exactly the almost the right color of a lion. You know, this one that we've been looking at, he's almost got those highlights in his mane at the kind of closer to the front of it, you know, by his face, on the sides of his face that we were talking about the other day. And the amount of times I thought, oh yeah, I've found these lions, I've got them, and it ended up just being a termite mound. But that's definitely happened to almost everyone who's been to game reserves, and you look for something specific. Maybe you've had a little bit of a hard run, and you're trying to look for a lion, or you're trying to look for a leopard, and every termite mound, every bush, every twig positioned in that way looks like that animal that you're looking for. And the color of this termite mound definitely got me. Justine, sort of 4 days. It'll last for around 4 days or so, the whole mating process. Mating every 20 to 30 minutes on average, so for quite a while. It's quite the marathon. Remember, it's kind of theorized that ovulation itself is only happening around day 2. It's not like when they start mating that she's already ovulating and, you know, she's pretty much set to go and fertilization is going to happen straight away. So if you get down to more of the sort of the itsy bitsy intricacies of things, so if you look at your dog, your domestic dog, when he mates, he's got a barb on his penis. So this lion has got something similar. He's also got almost like a small barb on his penis. And when he's mating, that barb is supposedly, I'm not sure of the whole sort of anatomy, biology of it, but that barb is supposed that it helps stimulate ovulation. So that's why there is the continual mating every 20-30 minutes for days on end. You know, with ovulation happening somewhere in between there, in the middle of the mating process, fertilization happening there, and that male, you know, really securing every possibility of him being the father of those youngsters, and obviously successful fertilization. So the actual mating doesn't happen for very long. It's really just a few seconds. And because of that barb that he's got on his penis, that's quite painful to the female. So that's quite often why, even if you haven't found the lions, you can hear them from a way away. You know, you can hear that growling. That female's really not too pleased by the whole process. And it's painful to her. So she often turns around and swats the male with her paws. So it's quite common to find that after the whole mating process of sort of your 4 days, that your dominant male who's been mating has a few stories to tell. You know, he's got a few cuts on his faces and things like that, that he didn't have prior to that whole courtship and mating process. You can see how he's got his head down. He's kind of resting. You know, they have marched quite a distance, like we talked about last night. But he's still very alert. You know, if there was an antelope that walked past and maybe cracked a small twig, all 3 of these lions would have their heads straight up. They'd be listening. They'd be looking. And if something did have to walk past that hasn't seen them, there we go, lifting his head, if something walked past that hasn't seen them, they would take that opportunity to hunt and grab that. There's looks like a amur falcon right in the distance that's calling, and that's what seems like has got his attention. He's having a good look across there. Tina, I'm glad that you're enjoying the information and that you're enjoying the sighting that we've got here. Really is stunning. He's putting a lovely show on for us here. You can still see, if you look relatively closely, how his nose is still the color of his nose is not quite pinkish. You know, that's showing that the lion would possibly be very young, but it's not completely black and dark either. So still showing that he's a youngish male, if we want to call it that. It's just beautiful with those longer stalks of grass just blowing in the wind. Johnny D, it's a good question. Do lions have better senses than leopards? I would say they're probably very similar. I wouldn't say a lion has got better senses than a leopard. In terms of eyesight, hearing and smell, I'd say they're very, very similar. Obviously you then start to look at body composition and lifestyle, very different. You know, you look at your big male lion like this, he's going to be around 220 kilograms, and he's just an absolute powerhouse. He's just got dense muscle, he's got that big thick mane to protect his neck from fights and things like that, and he's just an absolute machine. In terms of hunting buffalo and things like that, you know, he's got the potential power to bring something like a buffalo down. Whereas your leopard being a lot smaller, you know, your male leopard maybe being closer to about 85 kilograms, he may not be able to bring down prey as big as what a lion would, but going up trees and things like that, very well adapted at what he does. So two different strategies, but I think their senses at the end of the day are very, very similar. You know, I'm just comparing lions and leopards and whatnot. I'm just thinking about, you know, you go from place to place within South Africa and you get different genetic pools and things like that of animals, whether it's lions or leopards. And I know the Eastern Cape, obviously Kariega, we are here in the Eastern Cape. The Eastern Cape has got some amazing genetics. Some of the biggest animals I've ever heard of sort of being seen and being heard about have come from the Eastern Cape. The largest male leopard I've ever heard in South Africa has come from here, from the Eastern Cape. 113 kilograms, which is an absolute monster. Remember, male leopards are usually in the range of maybe 80 to 90 kilos. I mean, 90 you're really that's starting to be a big leopard. Let's call it sort of 85 kilograms. But 113 kilogram male leopard has been seen here in the Eastern Cape. And I know on one of the other reserves they had a male lion of 280 kilograms, which is also just an absolute monster. You know, you can quite often find another male of maybe 240 or so, but 280 is a unit. That is a big animal. So Eastern Cape has definitely got some incredible genetics. I mean, like the province name says, it is the Cape. So we've obviously got the Eastern Cape and the Western Cape. And everybody is, I'm sure, quite familiar with the Cape leopard. Everybody's heard of Cape leopard being very small. And that's mostly going to be in the Western Cape as opposed to the Eastern Cape. The leopard in the Eastern Cape are pretty big. There's definitely, you're not really going to find a female of 30 kilograms or something here, I wouldn't say. You know, we talked about that male leopard of 113 kilograms. I believe that was in the Baviaanskloof area. But I mean, if I had to choose one word to kind of denote an animal of that size, that would just be a brute of a leopard. Hannah, definitely is an incredible sighting. And yes, yeah, we've got some good light here today. So in terms of the lighting, yeah, it's something we can take into consideration. So it's an overcast day today. There's cloud cover all over the place. So it's creating a very even light for us. You know, whereas if you had, your bright sunlight, it would cast a lot of harsher shadows as well. So by having this overcast conditions, it definitely makes it easier in terms of getting the correct exposure for your picture. So we won't be getting any harsh shadows in the eyes and things like that, which is always nice because, once you really start to move along in terms of time in the day, getting closer to midday, if it is very bright, often it's tough to sufficiently photograph the eyes of animals. Lions aren't that bad, but I feel like cheetahs are going to be the toughest to photograph.
Join us from the 23rd till the 27th of January for a week of back-to-school special safaris tailored specifically towards our future conservationists. Our naturalists will exclusively be taking questions from schools across the globe. Tune in for some entertaining animal education to ease you back into the school year, because fostering the upcoming generations of conservationists matters.
around and shifting positions like that. He did put quite the show on for us. He yawned quite a few times, looked straight at the camera quite often. I think we've given him enough limelight for the moment. I think in the meantime we're going to take you across to Okukuyo with Lisa.
Thank you, Nick, and what an awesome sighting. I'm super jealous. That was absolutely brilliant, and he really is such a show-off. Here in Okukuyo, our springbok are showing off as always, as well as the yellow-billed egrets and the little egrets, just moving around, of course, waiting for the insects to be flushed out. And I am really just yesterday, I'm not gonna lie, yesterday I was very excited. I thought we might have a live birth of a springbok. And then eventually it just didn't happen, I was keeping my eye on this one particular springbok and really thought it would happen. But hopefully today, you never know. So all in all, it has been pretty peaceful here. Luckily the springbok are coming closer to the water. And interestingly enough, something I spoke about yesterday as well, ever since it's been so green, they are not constantly, even though they aren't water dependent, but they are not constantly, in the water and drinking water because, of course, just look at the little one. Because, of course, they're getting a lot of nutrients and moisture out of the grass right now. I don't know if you saw that tiny one. He's just behind the log. Let's see. Look at that. It's so tiny. And then, of course, this one doing its business. You do you. Sorry for invading your privacy. Sorry, I am obsessed with these tiny ones. And very interesting to see how they are moving around. Crystal, good morning. Thank you for your comments. It's so good to hear from you. And of course, it's always good to hear from all of you. So if you have any questions about the springbok, or about Okukuyo, or about Escape to Nature, or even the naturalists, you are more than welcome to get in touch with us. Remember, we are live and we are interactive. So please do get in touch with us. Man, those tiny ones, and it literally is like they have just become so abundant overnight. Oh, so cute. This makes me so happy. And it's very interesting because, as I mentioned, the first springbok lamb we saw, I think it was 2.5 weeks ago, was lying all by itself, and it really was the only lamb we had so far. But interestingly enough, it was left by itself, I'm assuming not to draw any attention. But now we are seeing with the little ones here, they are also sort of forming that creche that we see with impalas, which is super interesting. Again, for me, I've seen springbok many times in my life. I've studied a lot about them, read a lot about them, but I've never actually guided on a reserve or in a park where springbok naturally occurred. So this is such a privilege for me, with all of you, to experience this and to see the dynamics and to learn all about them. Alrighty, well, I'm going to send you to Steve, who apparently has something waddling, but I'm not even jealous because I've got baby springbok.
Thanks, Lisa. Well, it's been quiet at the watering hole for some time. Our elephant trio moved off, and we now have some wallowing warthogs. We do have a giraffe who's slowly making his way in. It's a very tentative approach, but maybe he'll feel a little bit better that the warthogs are here, because they're far easier pickings than he is. The warthogs came trotting in, and straight into the mud they go. It's approaching that just before 11 o'clock time, where it starts to get really warm out there. Foreseeing in a moment or two, maybe 10, some animals emerging out of the thickets to descend on this watering hole. The warthogs seem to come regularly, in and out, in and out. Not only quench the thirst, but cover their body in well-needed coolness. Roxy, who told you warthogs are known to be aggressive? You know, most animals out here have a potentially dangerous factor to them because they're tough and things try to kill them. So the only aggressive warthog you'll come across is one that's cornered, one that feels like it can't get away. And when people do get injured by warthogs, that's because they are in wildlife estates that feed warthog, and the warthogs get very relaxed and they come closer. But these are very, very powerful animals, and they can hurt you. They're very, very strong, very powerful, and when you feed them and they get used to being fed and then you decide one day not to feed them, yes, that's the only time I've heard of warthogs becoming dangerous, is when they get so habituated they lose their fear of you, and then they push back very hard when they don't get what they want. So that's something to be aware of. Don't feed wildlife. Period. They are not pets. It's the same as in the last couple of years there's been a few people that have been killed by giraffe, and these have been people in areas that they feed giraffe, and the giraffe wants to be fed, and it either kicks or hits with the neck. It's a very, very powerful animal. So, end of the day, we are the ones who make the mistakes. Yes, of course, you try and catch one of these animals out here and they're going to hurt you. It doesn't make them aggressive. Doesn't make them aggressive. And all the big game out here, the ones that are deemed dangerous, are only potentially dangerous because if we leave them alone, there's no danger at all. So bear that in mind, Roxy. Giraffe is just really not sure. It's got another moment or two. Well, Skåkopan for the win. Our giraffe is being very shy. The warthogs have moved off. He thinks something's afoot. Going to go and chew a little bit more, ruminate over this drink he supposedly wants to have. Maybe wait for some other animals to come down. He's really umming and ahhing about this drink. I mean, if it was between me and him, I would tell him, don't even bother with this water source. It has been fouled. We saw elephants peeing in it and pooing in it today and yesterday. Starbuck, I've never seen them go more than a bit of hoof into water. Never seen them. It would be quite an interesting thing. We were actually talking about it the other day, Rihanna and myself, about a giraffe going in. Never seen them go in. I'm not saying that they can't and don't, but I've never seen giraffe cross a river or go into water. Maybe today's the day. You never know. You never know. But I think it's unlikely. I think it's very unlikely. He's just going to figure out his best approach. He's wondering where all the other giraffe are. Why am I the only giraffe here today? What's going on? You see, he's still got a bit of ruminating to do before he needs to drink. He keeps chewing, and once he's finished all that chewing and swallowing, feels he's still got a bit of saliva spare, then he'll come top up with some water. So he can wait. There's no urgency. There are risks involved, as we know. Mike, of course, any physicality between animals can lead to death, can lead to severe injury. I've seen a male giraffe kill another male giraffe through necking. So it's not something that can be taken lightly, and it's not something any giraffe does off the cuff. They have to have years of practice before they get into the physicality of proper necking. I've used the analogy before. Anyone who has been a boxer or a fighter of any sort, none of them can step into the ring and think they're going to do any good or not get injured. It takes years of training and practice to be able to do so. So yes, there is a lot of risks involved. Bodily injury, broken legs, concussions. If they fall over, they could hurt themselves, they could knock their head. So a lot of things at risk. But that is what comes with the right to mate in many animals, that competitive edge. I've seen two giraffes standing next to each other necking by a fence, and the one giraffe hit the other giraffe, and the other one went over the fence. He didn't get up again in the time I was there. When male giraffe get into the proper necking, it is quite something to behold. Original Craig, yes, giraffe have got quite an increased blood pressure, and having their head below their heart for an extended period of time does come with some risk. They have evolved all sorts of valves and capillaries in the head that slow the blood down. So when their head goes below their heart, the blood rushing up goes into a network of capillaries behind the brain and slowly filters into the brain, doesn't rush. And then when the giraffe lifts its head again, it also slowly moves out again with some valves slowing the flow of blood back. But if they do keep their head down for too long, there could potentially be some risk. And so you can actually see when they drink. I've never seen a giraffe go for more than about 45, 50 seconds with their head below their heart. I think it must also be quite strenuous. You know, I talk often about the design of the giraffe, and you see how he's walking. It's requiring no muscle in the neck right now to keep his head there. So think about the ligament that is holding that head in that 60-something degree angle. Now when he pulls down, if you've ever tried to play with a plastic band or a bow and arrow, and you pull back that bow and arrow, you can only hold it for so long before it gets sore, before it gets painful, before your muscles start to ache. And so a giraffe pulling its neck down is essentially the same as that. He's pulling that ligament that keeps the head up with all of the force of his neck, and that requires a lot of energy. So whether that's the reason they come up quickly or not is another debate, but they don't hold their heads down for very long at all. One is the risk of being down there, two is the blood pressure, and three is the tautness of that ligament and the muscular strain. And the thing is, when they let go, it springs back up because of that ligament. It's not like another animal that can put its head down and just keep it there with a little bit of relaxed nature. The head dropping is actually in its relaxed position. Picking it up requires the energy. A giraffe, as soon as it lets go of that tautness, immediately the neck springs back as if you let go of the bow and arrow. What happens to the string? It returns to its normal place. So that's why you get that whiplash in a giraffe's neck. Okay, so it's very vigilant. It's Warthog's coming in again from the side, but he's being very cautious. Anything that's moving, and maybe he's going to be happy with some piglets and some warties coming charging in, make him feel a little bit more comfortable with regards to drinking. There we go, he's going to do it now. The warthogs are coming. Everything should be good. Going to be some warthogs from the right and some warthogs from the left. Let's see which ones get here first. They get very excited with water. And he's like, okay, this is my time. Pigs on both sides, this is my opportunity. But hang on, let me just do one more little look at this bush. One more little scan. I'm not certain. Now this behavior we see in Djuma all the time. Giraffes coming and taking the longest time to drink. Sometimes walking away, unsated. But here in Madikwe, gosh, we've seen a lot of giraffe drinking. Bear in mind, there's a lot more giraffe in this area than we find in the Sabi Sands. Being open to Kruger, there is potential to have lots, but it's just not the preferred habitat for them. And when we do find them, they do take a very long time to drink. And the warthogs don't have the same qualms, although their eyesight and their vigilance is far lower than the giraffe. They are straight in. That's a much better spot to drink. Now we can see your reflection. Warthogs has doubled in number. Kim, it is this family indeed, and all the warthogs that come down, they're all very, very comical. Especially when they get very relaxed and they go straight in and wallow, which we might see yet.
Mashatu Game Reserve has a glowing reputation as one of the most beautiful reserves in southern Africa. And now, atop a soaring cliff overlooking the Majale River, beneath the groves of Euphorbia succulents, sits the stunning new Mashatu Euphorbia Villas. These eco-friendly villas echo their beautiful natural surroundings, shaped to match the Mapanu parts of Mashatu. Enjoy earthy glamour with a consciousness for conservation woven into every element of these camps within the 32,000. The Reserve.
We are coming to you live from Skokopan here in the heart of Madikwe, where we've had some wonderful elephant interaction, some warthogs, a tentative giraffe coming down to drink. But not only that, first of all, hello everybody, my name is Steve and I'm joined by Rihanna Camera, and we are delighted to be out and about in the heat of Madikwe to bring you some wonderful animal images. And if you have any questions, comments, please do feel free to go ahead to send them through to us on Escape to Nature here. We'd love to delve into your topics. But our male giraffe is now hiding. Lisa spent some time with some springbok in Ukukuyu, and Nick was quite fortunate to witness some mating lions in Kariga. And Ralph was out at the beginning of the show as well with his cheetahs down in Amakhala. So what a wonderful day it is panning out to be. Now our male giraffe is poking his head around the tree now. He has been umming and ahhing about whether he's going to drink, and I think you might have just arrived in time. Can't guarantee it. He's been deliberating for some time now, but I think it is on. Let's not jinx it though. Picasso, I suppose the sense of gravity is at the base of the neck where it joins the body. I'd guess. When you see them walking, they move both legs either side. Some warthogs coming down to join. Just keeping that alignment in, and the head swaying at the top stays perfectly in alignment with those vertebrae of the back. See, with both legs move. So I'd say it's just at the base of the neck, so above the heart, where all the weight is. The neck is quite heavy, but all the weight is in the chest of the giraffe, the heart, and the lungs, and the rib cage. And you'll see when he goes down to drink how he's pivoting on that central body part. Expands or stretches both legs out, bends the knees and pulls down. When giraffe fight, they also stand shoulder to shoulder and they push that shoulder chest area against each other. And if they can't balance that area, they would fall over. They also do aim their blows with the top of the head at that chest area, and sometimes at the legs. It works well to knock the other gentleman over. So Picasso, that would be my guess, just having a thought about it. He's not too bothered by the warthogs. Exactly where he was going to drink. Drink a little bit of warthog wallow. That sounds delicious, doesn't it? It's like when you find a fly in your tea, puts the flavor off just a little bit. If I got warthogs, he's looking at them going, "What are you doing? I was going to drink that." Now he's having second thoughts. Where else can I go drink? It's so far away. Chakuru Dam is just all the way down there. Here we go. He's thinking about it. Let me just take a few steps away from the warthog muck. Yeah, that looks much better over there. Now watch the center of gravity come into play as he spreads the legs. Okay, he's not ready to do it yet. And right turn. No, it's not going to happen, everyone. He just can't quite make up his mind about whether the juice here is worth the squeeze. I can assure you, it doesn't look like it. Well, the warthogs are enjoying it. Okay, well, we are going to stick around here and see if this tentative giraffe eventually has a drink, but let's send you over to Lisa on the Djuma Dam Cam.
Thank you, Steve. Yes, the wind has died down a little bit, but not completely. You can see the water is flowing like the ocean. But the impalas are definitely enjoying this breeze, I think. Like the ocean. I mean like a river. You know what I mean. But you can see it is actually perfect weather. Even though it is very sunny, I bet it's very hot and humid. The breeze does definitely help a little, and thus the impala can actually just rest a little bit, save their energy, regurgitate, and then of course move on a bit later. I will say though that I am surprised that they have been out in the open like this for quite some time. Of course, you know, we learn that when it is windy, a lot of animals will rather head deeper into the bush due to the fact that they can't exactly distinguish where noises and smells and things are coming from. But these guys have been pretty chilled out. They are just risking it today. They are so beautiful. You can just see the actual gloss on their coats. And of course that is from grooming themselves, but of course also thanks to the beautiful oxpeckers, those birds that comb through their coats, who are actually looking for ticks and parasites. And then in turn the impalas are getting this beautiful gloss on their coats. This really is such an underrated animal. I definitely do believe they need more credit, or deserve more credit. But I've just been keeping my eye on Gowrie Dam, trying to see if we've got any elephants that come past. I actually had a very strange dream about Gowrie Dam. I dreamt we had a rhino and we had elephants and lions and leopards, but for some reason we couldn't show it. It was, and really I'm not making this up, I woke up in quite a bit of a sad state after that dream because I wondered, no, why can we not show any of that? But right now I can show you some impalas. Of course, just on the other side of the water, we've got our beautiful Egyptian goose family. Linda, you're not listening. You would like to know, do impalas prefer to feed on dry or wet grass? If you did not get that reference, that is an actual video of a little kid telling his mom, Linda, she's not listening. So, not aimed at you. They feed on both, but they prefer wet grass. As we saw, like now on Okokoyo, you know, there's a lot of green grass around. You can imagine the moisture in that grass. Of course, the nutrient content as well. So that actually takes the animals further. Just like with the impalas, you know, of course, it is becoming a little bit dry. I actually took note of that last night. Even though there is still a lot of greenery around, they definitely could do with some rain again. This will definitely not be enough to carry us through the winter, I personally believe. But I think definitely wet grass or, you know, moist grass is definitely better for them because that retains more nutrients and that actually hydrates them in the process as well. So, but whatever is around, you know, they are going to feed on that. Luckily, they do have the digestive system, which of course allows them to regurgitate, get as much nutrients as possible, like we are seeing with most of these bachelors today. They are really just taking advantage of the breeze. Nina, you would like to know if I think antelopes have a favorite type of grass. Of course, no, I myself am not an antelope, so I wouldn't know what exactly or which grass they exactly prefer. But that being said, I do think so. I mean, if you look at elephants, for instance, elephants know exactly what a marula is. They know exactly where to find them, how to get a hold of them. So I'm assuming, you know, all animals have a certain type of grass that they definitely prefer, I think. I would definitely say so. I know a lot of animals, often you'll see them feeding on couch grass as well as common signal grass. But yellow thatching grass, you know, that is a very common grass you'll see all around. And also something they feed on, but it's not such a green grass. So they definitely prefer something, you know, with a lot of nutrient content in terms of the greenery in it, if that makes sense. But I think so. I think they all have a favorite to some extent, just like they all know, okay, well, I can't eat this flower or this plant because it's poisonous, or it's not going to agree with my stomach. So I definitely think so, Nina. What do you think? I even believe, with regards to predators, I definitely think that they have a preference. My first reserve that I worked on, the lions actually constantly went for zebras, which generally is odd, because we tend to think, no, but a zebra is a much more fatty meat and they prefer the lean meat, etc., etc., etc. And when we actually did our annual game count, it was the exact same with regards to their number. It's not that the zebras were more in abundance, but that's just how it worked. Then my next reserve I worked on, the lions didn't catch one zebra. They just went for wildebeest and giraffe. So it really is and buffalo. I think animals definitely do learn, to get to know what they like. But again, if you've only got that food to eat, then you are only going to eat that food. So it really does depend on the situation. I just want to browse around, not graze around, but browse around to see if we've got any other animals coming to the waterhole. There might definitely be some weather on the way. And I have to say, this has got to be one of my favorite things about the Greater Kruger. I think one of my favorite things, and also one of the most annoying things about the Greater Kruger, is the weather patterns. You can literally have 4 seasons, not just in one day, in one safari. And I've experienced that so many times on Drive with Guests, where you literally go from summer to winter to a hailstorm to the most beautiful sunset, and then a super cold evening, or the other way around. So it's going to be interesting to see how it's going to play out for this afternoon sunset safari. But again, with weather, it really is, that's what I love about any safari in general. You never know what's going to happen, but even more so when it's got unpredictable weather all over it as well. I'm just trying to see if we've got any birds around that are sticking out. I don't know if I would want to sit on something up in the wind if I was a bird. Big or small, it would not work for me. No. I love how these guys are just chilling today. They really don't mind the breeze. Which again, it's odd. Honestly, on a lot of windy days, you'll see animals really going deeper into the bush, hiding as much as they can, but this bachelor group is really not minding this wind today. But again, they can just really rest, regurgitate, save energy, build energy. But that being said, if a predator is lurking about right now, what are they going to do? It's not really like they can run into the water. They can, but it's they aren't phenomenal swimmers. There's this vicious video of a I think it happened in Kruger. I think either Kruger or Pilanesberg. And I think it's a Nyala or an Impala. I apologize. I can't remember which antelope, but it runs into the water because it's being chased by wild dogs. And eventually, just as it gets to the water, there's a hippo waiting, and the hippo grabs this antelope and just sort of lets it go again. So the antelope tries going back out of the water. You know, I don't really know what you would choose. Would you choose facing a hippo or a pack of wild dogs? But anyway, it tries going back out of the water. One of the wild dogs yaps to it and goes back into the water. And the next thing, this hippo just loses its mind and literally crushes the impala's spine, or the Nyala, whichever antelope it was. And of course, then drags it into the water, which again is odd behavior. Hippos aren't predators by nature, but they are super territorial, and they will often make a point of showing another predator around. This is my waterhole, I'm in charge. I'm the big, scary, mean beast. But these impala don't seem like they have a worry in the world. Ooh. Will they spar or will they not? What are you doing? Oh, alright. That was just a stretch. Never mind. I thought that might actually become a rumble, and it was just a stretch. It's always so funny, specifically with impala, when you're observing them in rutting season. Just like humans, they will chill, have a beer, and then the moment a female pitches up, it's, let's fight, and let me show you how big my horns are. And then as soon as she walks off again, they're like, hey buddy, you want to get another beer? And I promise you, it's I'm not making this up. It really, time and again, I see this on safari. They are so they've got a bromance when there's no females around. And then as soon as a lady is on the scene, it's all about dominance. I wonder if we will get any other visitors today. Perhaps some zebras, or perhaps Jeremy, you would like to know. Woo! Sorry. That is so weird. I was just saying, I wonder if we will have some more friends. Jeremy, sorry, you would like to know how big can an impala herd be? It really can, be from 10 members up to 40, 60, 70 members. Of course, it can be more as well. Every reserve, every park is going to be different. But for the most part, on average, a good harem is generally like a good, I would say 40, 50 females strong. And then, of course, their male. And, of course, their offspring as well. But it really can differ or vary from reserve to park to wherever you find yourself. I don't think these animals have sort of like a guideline as to, okay, well, we have to stop now. This is too many of us. You're not allowed to be a part of our clique. You have to go to another one. That is so weird. I was literally just talking about, I wonder if we will have any other visitors today. And I'm not gonna lie, I actually was very jealous of Steve with his elephants and his warthogs. I remember the first safari drive we did. I actually picked up my guest at the airport and we drove through the reserve and we saw some warthogs. And they had this adorable kid on the vehicle as well. And this kid just lost his mind. And he was like, Lisa, Ranger, stop. And I was like, what's wrong? Like, did your bag fall? What's happening? And he's like, it's a baby rhino. And there was a warthog by the waterhole drinking water. And this kid was convinced it's a baby rhino. And eventually, I told him, no, it's a Pumbaa, like in Lion King. And the next day, funny enough, on our morning drive, we actually saw a rhino, cow and calf. And he said to me, I don't know what the difference is like. It looks exactly the same. But the excitement in this kid's voice, I will never forget it. I literally thought like we lost some luggage or something happened. He saw a giraffe mating with a lion or I don't know what, but he was convinced we had seen a baby rhino. Oh man, that looks like so much fun. Can you imagine you are super hot, super humid, you've been working really hard to get food, nursing the youngsters, and just arriving to this lovely spa and being able to actually cool off with your family. Oh. Kissy kiss. Oh, just look at this impala's coat and even his condition. Look at that stomach. He's really in good condition, that boy. Not looking too shabby. I think for me personally, especially in the summertime of course, but for me personally in general, it's got to be one of my favorite things to witness and observe is parenting within different species. A giraffe, an elephant, a warthog, birds. For instance, the Egyptian geese. The other day, what did they attack? It was the 2 Egyptian goose parents here. And something came too close to them and they literally just lost their mind. They attacked this animal full on. It was a big mammal. And the mammal actually backed off. And I thought to myself, wow. At any given moment, that animal can just decide, well, I don't care if you have children. But they really make it their mission to defend and to protect their offspring. Just like this warthog, which of course is heartbreaking, Recently we have seen some piglets get taken out by a leopard, a lion, cheetahs. So it's not fun seeing that, but it is really so amazing to see how a mother will do anything in her power and in her abilities to try and defend those youngsters for as long as she can. Joanne, you would like to know how strong is a warthog's tusks. It can literally, to break it down for you, it can literally slit the throat of a leopard, a big, fully grown male leopard. It can break the legs of a human being. I personally know some guides that have actually walked too close to the entrance of, a warthog burrow. And as soon as that warthog charges out, I don't know if you saw the other morning, Joanne, on Sunrise Safari, when Taylor and Igor actually had a sighting of Marips. And he got one of the piglets as they tried evading it with Mom. But if you walk too close to that actual burrow and that mother bolts out, then you are really going to have a problem, because they're very fast. They've got impeccably strong skulls, and their tusks can be very, very powerful and sharp. So it really is not something you want to mess with. As I say, they kill leopards. They can really injure lions. There was a female lion. It was probably one of the most beautiful lionesses that I've ever worked with. And on my previous reserve, she actually tried hunting a warthog in her younger days. And the warthog actually broke her foot. I'm not sure how it happened, but to this day, when you track them, you can actually tell that this is sticky nyao, because you can see she literally puts her paw down and then she sort of swings it. And that was all because of a warthog when she was younger.
Here at Wild Earth, we take great pride in curating our best animal content for you. Would you like our very best animal stories, highlights, questions, and the inside scoop on all things Wild Earth before anyone else? Find it all, as well as info on our exciting plans going forward first, in the newsletter handmade just for you. Available to all Wild Earth explorers.
Ooh, it seems like... Yes, it's our woolly neck stork. let's be honest, that's not the prettiest bird we have in Africa. But super fascinating nonetheless. Yesterday, of course, in the morning, we saw the yellow-billed stork on sunrise safari. And then during the day, we saw a saddle-billed stork. So it really seems like all of the storks are coming to say hi to us. I just want to see, perhaps he might go down for some fish or mollusks. Why do I struggle with that word? Oh my goodness, yesterday I took like 5 tries before I could actually pronounce it. Things in the water. All things in the water it likes. Insects, fish, those things. Amphibians. They will definitely feed on all of that. We'll just see if we can keep up with him. But I suspect he probably just went down to the water. Come on, stork. I've got my eyes glued to him. And of course you are on the way, Impala. You silly antelope. Anyway, I'm going to see if this bird has any success with hunting. But it seems to be on quite a mission. But for now I will say... Ooh. Frisky. For now, I'm going to send you over to Steve and Rian, who is still spending some time at Skokopan.
Warthogs abounding. Our male giraffe has attempted and attempted and attempted. And he's eventually decided that the juice is most certainly not worth the squeeze. The warthogs have wallowed. There's been about 5 or 6 different groups that have come through. They're loving it. A few zebras popped in for a moment, but they haven't stuck around very long. Why anything would want to drink this stuff is beyond me, but needs must out in the African wilderness. Amanda, this is a place of danger. A place of danger. Coming down to drink is a place where they have potentially the risk of getting... Ooh, we've got a buffalo coming in from the right. We don't often see buffalo. He's going to come to the wallow. This is his kind of spot. we've seen a handful of lone buffalo bulls, Dagga boys as they are termed. And I wonder if he's going to be brave enough to come through. They are rather shy, the buffalo we've encountered. He's trying to poke his head around the corner. He's already been in mud somewhere, probably yesterday. He's looking like he's relaxed, but he's going to walk around the water. He's a typical Dagga boy. That look that they give, trying to ascertain the danger. Why are animals nervous? We ask ourselves. Well, predators lie up in wait in the shadows around water points. This is a place where animals go to drink. It's a place of ambush and a place often of death. Ronnie, I don't think it's the smell of the mud wallow that's attracted him. He knows. These animals know where the water is. There's well-trodden pathways that come through. Obviously, probably if he's in the search of water and he doesn't know where it is, be able to smell it if the wind is in the right direction. But the wind is coming from behind us, and he's walking so as to get onto the opposite side of the pan where the wind is blowing. He's going to move around that thicket, I would suggest. Some impala coming around as well. The wind has suddenly changed direction. Impala are jumpy. When it's windy, animals are jumpy. They lose their sense of smell. Or should I say the smell gets whipped around, and the sounds are also a little bit muffled. Leaves moving, branches swaying. Fleet-footed cats can sneak up on them. Warthogs don't have the same qualms. See the size difference between a big buffalo bull. Warthogs eyeing each other up for the resource of the mud wallow. You see, buffaloes are regarded as the most dangerous animal. Look at them. Happily enjoying life with the warthogs and the impalas. It's only dangerous because it's been hunted. Oh, there we go. How dangerous does he look now? So the potential danger of these animals, yes, it's because they have a fear of us and, well, they're big and strong. And anything that has a fear of you has the potential to hurt you in its own defense. So potential dangers of animals. Our buffalo bull charged out of the water a moment ago purely because something frightened him. Now that is what makes them potentially dangerous, is they're big and they're powerful. If you get hit by a car, are you going to blame the car? I suppose that's not a good analogy, but a car hitting you is going to hurt, just like a buffalo hitting you. And all it is the buffalo trying to get away from the potential danger. And they get hunted by lions, and so yes, with regards to lions, they can be quite dangerous to lions, but then lions kill them and eat them. Same with these warthogs here. They also get killed by predators. It's a wild place, a wildlife. Push back. Come on, Mr. Buffalo, let's come back into the water. It's such a good place for you. No? He's going to just prance around the edge and see if there's any danger. So this wallow is now becoming the perfect place for warthogs, rhinos, buffalo, elephant. Mud wallows are so ideal for them. Well, I can't even count how many warthogs we've had come through in the last 2 days. Sometimes it's the same family coming back again after having dried up. Sorry, Dee, I didn't get all of Tom's question about vigilance, I think. Well, Tom, it's very helpful being vigilant. If you think about major cities, if you're a tourist walking in a major city and you are not vigilant and don't pay attention, you're going to get mugged. You're going to get robbed. It is a very, very straightforward fact. Now, those animals who aren't vigilant out here, who don't pay attention, who aren't wary, well, they get eaten. They get eaten. That complacency leads to them being eaten, and those individuals don't breed, and so that genetics of not being vigilant dies with the population. So it pays to be vigilant, and those that are vigilant and those that run and take their time and are cautious are more likely to survive, and so that behavior of being vigilant is passed on. Buffalo bull on his own, he's vigilant when he's moving, but sometimes he finds himself lying up in a muddy wallow all on his own. Because he's on his own, his vigilance is far less than if he's in a group. So they're much more vigilant in a large group because there's more individuals paying attention. It's the reason why these guys are regarded as being so potentially dangerous, because it's so much easier to sneak up on them. Because we walk quietly in the bush, we try and make little noise, we try to walk with the wind in our favor. So the amount of times I've walked into buffalo bulls on their own, sure, I can count 50, 60 times, because they're not as aware, and so you can get closer, and so that is also why they push back a bit harder. Means their boundaries, you catch them in a space where their boundaries are much more, it's more likely to be an aggressive response, or seemingly aggressive response, than one of just running away, because you're so much closer. Lions pick off individual buffaloes, it's what they do. They obviously try and hunt the herds and hunt the individuals from the herds, but buffalo bulls are very well selected because it's easier to surround them. Not that easy to pull them down, but when they run in mass with lots, it's difficult to pick an individual from the herd. So herd mentality is very, very key. Staying in a group, staying vigilant is one of the keys to surviving out here. Situational awareness is key to survival in the bush. If you want to be a successful guide, you need to be switched on and to be able to see what's going on out there. Okay, well, let's stay here a moment longer and we'll send you down to Kariega to see what Nick is up to.
100%, Steve. Vigilance is definitely key. I mean, if we look at all of our animals here, they've got safety in numbers. Doesn't get much more advantageous than that. You can see these zebra on the right hand side. Definitely taking their vigil quite seriously. I'll watch your back if you watch mine. So we're here back a little bit closer to Scotia Dam now. And you can just see coming from the right hand side, there will be a rhino entering the frame now. He is on an absolute mission. I think he's trying to follow some scent trail of another rhino. It looks like a bull, that one. And he is going up and down, absolutely all over the place. I don't know if he's following the scent of potentially another male or who he's trying to follow. But yeah, he is moving and shaking. I mean, he's been around the vehicle a little bit. And I'm definitely not going to try and follow him with the camera. It'll only be making you guys dizzy. Excuse me. Yeah, I am parked next to a dung midden here. And he did come past this dung midden, and I actually heard him before I saw him. I heard him. Molly, what animals have a good social structure? I feel like most animals generally have a good social structure. I guess if you look at these zebras that we've got in the picture here, you know, your typical social structure is you're going to have your stallion who's going to control that harem. And he's going to have some females in that group, and there might be youngsters in that group as well. Similarly with sort of impala herds, you know, it's going to be that dominant male. I guess for a lot of animals out here, the general rule of thumb is the dominant male is the one who's going to be doing the mating. You know, if you look at this rhino, that's absolutely marching around. The white rhino are a lot more social in terms of their behavior than their counterparts in the black rhino. Black rhino, you know, you'll find mom and calf sometimes, but white rhino you can find 5, 6, 7 white rhinos together. So a lot of animals have got quite a clear sort of social structure. You know, you look at something like elephants. They've got quite a clear social structure as well. You know, your biggest bull's going to be doing the mating. Remember, for those elephants, the males come into that season of must, where their testosterone levels are elevated or higher than usual, and just purely in terms of social structure, that is going to determine the length of time, that period of must, so that elevated testosterone level, how long it will occur in younger bulls. So all males will go into this state of must as they get older. However, a bull of 25 years may only come into must for 3 weeks, because the older, bigger bulls put a bit of pressure on him and let him know at the same time, yes, his testosterone levels are elevated, but he's actually not the big dog. He's not the big boy. Whereas your more mature bulls of sort of 50, 55 will come into must for sometimes even 3 months. So purely the social structure there is determining how long those younger bulls come into must for. You know, then you look at, maybe not the right word is poor, but more sort of temporary social structures. You can look at giraffe. Pretty much the opposite. They've got a much more of a temporary type of social structure.
Join us from the 23rd till the 27th of January for a week of back-to-school special safaris tailored specifically towards our future conservationists. Our naturalists will exclusively be taking questions from schools across the globe. Tune in for some entertaining animal education to ease you back into the school year, because fostering the upcoming generations of conservationists matters.
It's been very interesting to watch how there is a herd of wildebeest that moves around these sort of Scotia Dam clearings. Maybe a group of, it looks like around 10 females or so, and then there's a few calves within that herd. They kind of like to move around more north of Scotia Dam itself. Remember, there are the clearings and it goes down into a dip into a drainage line, and then there are more clearings on the other side of that drainage line. That's kind of where they tend to stay around. I did see them make an appearance earlier today, just on that ridge line that we were talking about to the north of the dam, and they kind of stuck around for maybe a minute or so, and then they were gone. So they're a lot harder to get hold of and to actually film, to have them in one place, because it seems like they are forever on the move. Definitely a lovely, peaceful scene that we've got here during our escape to nature at Kariega. And just remember, this is your safari. If you do have any questions, any comments, send them in. Definitely try and answer them as best that we can. And if you have just joined us, very glad that you can be here. You've joined me here at Kariega. I'm Nick, I'm your photographic naturalist, and we've had a lovely little smattering of things here at Kariega. Wildebeest, zebra, blesbok, rhinos following scent trails. We had beautiful scene of some lions earlier. We have had buffalo in Madikwe with Steve. We've had some warthogs with Lisa. So basically it's all been happening. You can kind of see, looking at the scene we've got here. Now we've got overcast conditions today, a little bit cooler, which is quite nice. So not all too much activity sort of taking place around the waterholes themselves. You know, no one really needing to take a mud bath. It's not any sort of pressing urgency to go and have any type of drink. But I've done a little bit of driving around, and it's very interesting to see how a lot of the smaller mud wallows are now completely dry. There's nothing left. There's no space that or no moisture left that animals can physically sort of roll around in the mud, let alone have a drink. So Scotia Dam has still got a good amount of water. But that's like the word says, it's a water hole. You know, that's fluid water. You know, sometimes your rhinos and your buffaloes, they really enjoy thick, viscous mud. And the animals at the moment have got to really search far and wide, so as to say, for that mud. Life getting a little bit much for our zebra foal, and he's heading down for a little snooze by the looks of things. Lovely bit of bonding to see in and amongst all of these zebra. You know, we've got the 6 individuals here. You know, like the saying goes, the animals go in 2 by 2s, and you can see very clearly separate pairs here. Nice to see the different sort of angles of side on versus the ones in the middle that are kind of front on and bum on. Far in the distance I can hear some black-collared barbets calling, which is not a bird that we hear all too often, or at least that I've heard all too often calling down here by Scotia Dam. Remember, it's that so it's quite an interesting call. That's in fact a duet. The black-collared barbets, they call in a duet. So the male will go boo, and then the female will respond by going doo-doo-doo. And then they do it in synchrony very, very quickly. So you end up having that. And a lot of people may mistake that for being one bird, but it is in fact 2 different birds calling in a duet. Little pair, which is quite cool. I heard that black-collared barbet made me kind of scan back towards Scotia Dam. Nobody having a drink quite yet. Still our yellow-billed ducks doing their thing there. Looks like our resident Egyptian goose taking it easy as well. And some consistent flicking of the tail from side to side from these zebra here. Always nice when it is cooler that there aren't going to be as many flies and little midges flying around. But it's not to say that there will be none. They've still got to be mindful of that. Sean, no wild dogs here. You'll have to head across back to Djuma to see some wild dogs. But plenty of other predators to go around here at Kariega. I mean, you look at the posture of these zebras resting like this, and you'd think that they've never seen a predator in their life. But remember, everybody's got to take it easy. Everybody's got to rest at some point in time. And even with their heads down like this, you can see that foal kind of resting there. They're still listening very carefully. They're still smelling. From the other side of the clearing, one impala or another zebra gave off an alarm call. There would you'd see they'd lift their head immediately. They'd be looking around, scanning to see what's happening. They're very sharp. In terms of for most of the animals out here, almost all of their senses are probably better than humans. Maybe you look at something like a rhino, and a rhino's eyesight is questionable. But I mean, for all these animals, all three of their senses are usually very, very well developed. Most of these animals, well, they can all run faster than we can as well. Yeah, I think the fastest human recorded was, I think it was Usain Bolt running, I think it was 36 kilometers an hour over his little 100-meter sprint. But everybody else can, all the animals out here can definitely run a whole lot faster. Apologies of that vehicle passing in the background. Everybody's got to make their way past at some stage. Yeah, so in terms of bushwalks and things like that, remember your ranger, if you do a bushwalk, the first thing he usually says to you is, if we do encounter something that surprises us or anything like that, whatever you do, don't run. Remember that, running away from any type of predator that's what prey species like zebras, like blesbok do. So that kind of initiates their instinct to chase after whatever it is. And even if you have decided to run, you can't run faster than any of these animals out here, so there's not much point in doing so. I remember I worked at Pacific Reserve up in Zululand, and we were having dinner in the boma, and we heard the call of leopard mating. Close, right outside. I had 6 guests at the time, so I said, well, let's poke our head out and have a look, see what we can find, see if we can get a glimpse of them. We poked our head out and we got an amazing view of the male walking out from the thickets into this open area right opposite the boma. Female came out, followed him, and they actually mated not far from us, sort of 40, 50 meters away or so. We were right at the entrance of the boma. And it's not too many people can say they've been on foot with a leopard, let alone seen a leopard mating. And it was incredible. I mean, we had the lanterns in the boma, we had the smell of a bit of meat cooking on the braai. And I mean, the leopards weren't obviously interested in any of that. They just happened to be moving through that area at that specific point in time. I remember we had a good view. Then they kind of lay down there and we kind of rested for a while, and I said to the guests, well, let's maybe get back to dinner and we'll have a bit of food. And we went and we had a beautiful dinner. And it was time for everybody to kind of head back to their rooms. And so before we left, I just said to everyone, guys, we've all seen these leopard. We know they're here. They've moved off from where we saw them, but there's a very good chance they're still around the camp here somewhere. So if we do encounter them on our way back to the room, whatever you do, don't run. You can just stay behind me and you can listen exactly what I say. So there we go. We've got 6 guests and 1 couple was on honeymoon. And we move along, and obviously before we get to the first room, Murphy's Law says that we encounter the leopard. So I see this leopard, and I can't remember if I saw it first or someone else saw it first, but so I saw the leopard and I said to everyone, so I said, there's the leopard, everybody stand still, stop, do not run, stay exactly where you are. And I can't turn around to look at everybody to look them in the eyes and say this, because I need to watch the leopard to see what it's doing. And I'm busy watching this leopard, and it starts charging. The male starts charging, and I'm thinking, why is it charging so ferociously, so aggressively? We're quite a distance off, and I mean, it was really giving it horns. And I'm now starting to shout at this thing to try and get it to put it off. And when a leopard charges, it's scary. I mean, even a lion charge is scary, but I feel like a leopard charge is much worse. When a lion comes at you, it's making a hell of a noise, and it's coming straight at you, and it puts the brakes on. It stops right in front of you, whereas a leopard is going from side to side, and it is so low to the ground, and its economy of movement is just incredible. Until you've experienced it, there's no sort of talking up how adrenaline just fuels the system, and watching the way that animal moves is almost indescribable. Anyways, I keep shouting at this male leopard. Eventually he stops, he turns, and he runs off. And so I turn around to the guests, to the 6 guests, to make sure that everybody is alright, that everybody's calm them down a little bit, yeah. And this is no word of a lie. I mean, this happened to me myself. It wasn't a friend of a friend. I turn around, and there's only 5 guests there. There's one guy who, during this whole episode, has decided to run off, and that's obviously why this leopard was giving such a aggressive sort of display, because there was a bit of movement and he'd run off, and this running movement had upset this leopard. And the chap that had run off was the husband from that honeymoon couple, so they'd literally just got married. It was like a week before this incident happened, and now they'd come here for their honeymoon. So we go back to the boma and we collect this guy. I forget what his name was. And the shouting match that ensued from there. His wife went ballistic. I've just married you now, you know, we get to life-threatening situation. Then the first thing you do is you leave me to die with that leopard. That's the first thing. So the camper we were staying at, it was like a luxurious tented style camp. So your rooms inside the tent were it was like a villa, but I mean it was like canvas sheets. So there wasn't like a concrete wall to keep in the sound of any shouting or anything like that. And it was a small camp. There was only like 5 rooms or something like that. And the shouting match that went on for the next 45 minutes or so was ridiculous. I mean, you can understand why the lady was furious. But just goes to show. Don't run from a leopard or from a lion. Both in terms of saving your life and in terms of keeping the wife happy. Donovan, they do, yeah. You can see in terms of design, a similar design, sort of horses and zebras. You know, strong back legs, hind quarters. They are both part of the Equus family, so part of the same family as well. So they most definitely do share some similarities. So I've been having a scan around looking for our friend Stompy the zebra. If you have just joined us, Stompy is the zebra who's got the stallion, the male, who's got no tail. It's been bitten off from a fight with another male. Can't see him around here. It's definitely not in the frame that we can see here. I've been kind of scanning around, looking at a few other zebras as well, but I haven't managed to find him. So you can see a lovely scene with some rhino in the background, wildebeest, and some blesbok who think that they're wildebeest. Daniel, in terms of rainfall and getting the most rain, it'll be now, this time of the year, in our summer. So most parts of South Africa will get most of their rainfall in summer, being summer rainfall regions, whereas it's only really a few of your areas in the Western Cape that will receive their rainfall in winter. So here at Kariega, we've been getting some good rains over the past few weeks. Anywhere from sort of November you can start to expect some good rains. So now we're starting to edge through summer. You know, we're definitely still expecting some more rain to fall here at Kariega. But starting to kind of count down the days potentially of getting those very big rains. You know, we haven't had anything now, any proper rain really in the last sort of, I would say, week or so, of where it's kind of just rained, pelted down for, you know, a whole evening or something like that. We've had a little sprinkle. I must say, I am a big fan of massive thunderstorms. Not the heat and the humidity that it brings often beforehand, but the lightning and the thunder, I'm a massive fan. It's just awe-inspiring to watch a storm rolling in. Particularly if, yes, you can maybe take away the heat of it, but to watch the whole development of a storm coming in, of watching those clouds on the horizon building, you know, those big cumulonimbus clouds, and watching them puff up, you know, and grow and grow and grow until almost you get that flat anvil up at the top. Some of the footage of documentaries and things like that, you think of a lot of sort of BBC documentaries, even a lot of sort of surf shows and things like that. They love showing time lapses of storms building. That's one of my favorite things. Easier said than done, getting that time lapse done and getting it done correctly. But I love watching the movement of those clouds as the storm builds. And then your thunder, you know, and the build up to the storm itself, and then when those first big drops start coming, you know, and if you can hear it on the roof, pitter patter softly, and then harder and harder, and then, you know, big bolts of lightning and your storm starts. I absolutely love it. So hopefully we will get one or two more of those storms here at Kariega before the summer season comes to an end. You know, we could definitely use a bit more rain, in terms of, we've mentioned that a lot of the mud wallows and things have dried up, which is quite normal. You know, there's still a good amount of surface water for the animals to drink, whether it be something like Scotia Dam that we're next to, or the Kariega River, or the Bushman's River. You know, lots of other water holes to choose from in between sort of the Bushman's and the Kariega River. You know, they're very far apart. And it would just definitely be nice to get a bit more rain. You know, I'm sure all of the rhinos and buffaloes and even your warthogs would absolutely love to get a bit more mud to roll around in. Definitely one of their favorite things to do.
Would you like a stay in the African bush? Open to all explorers. Sign up and stand a chance to win a 3-night stay for 2 at the fantastic Mashatu Lodge in Botswana. This bucket list prize includes daily safari drives, traditional African cuisine, spacious luxury suites, and a promise of sheer relaxation. Sign up now and stand a chance to win.
talking about black cuckoo, I actually haven't heard them call for a while. Remember, they've got that very distinctive call. Sounds like they're saying, "I'm so sad." I actually haven't heard one now in maybe sort of a week and a half or so. Remember, cuckoos are one of our migrant species, so they're not going to stay here for the whole year. So your red-chested cuckoo, not your European, I was thinking of a European bee-eater. Red-chested cuckoo, your Klaas's cuckoo, Deirdre's cuckoo, black cuckoo, they're all going to move out. Intra-African migrants. So maybe they're already preparing to move on off. Talking about birding, I'm sure a lot of the birders, the bird fundies out there have heard the excitement of a African skimmer being found off the northeast coast of KZN, closer to sort of St. Lucia area. It's a good bird for that area. Remember, think of your distribution of the African skimmer. Places like the Okavango Delta, those are strongholds. So to see a skimmer sort of St. Lucia area by the mouth there, it's quite special. Remember, they've got that sort of black coloured wings and shoulders and things like that, white on the chest and the belly, and that beautiful red burnt orange coloured bill. Very unique shaped bill as well, perfectly designed for skimming the water. See, we've got a few impalas moving in the background there. Petunia, those are stripes on the wildebeest neck there. Not wrinkles. Those are stripes, yeah. If you had to get really up close and have a good look, you would see those stripes are patches of slightly longer hair. You look at something even like a zebra with its stripes. Those little sections of sort of black hair will be slightly longer in length in the areas of white hair, and that's going to create a small sort of micro environment of a temperature gradient, and that'll help those zebras to keep cool. You know, every little bit counts when it is cooking and steamy. Every single little bit counts. Well, definitely a very peaceful scene that we've got here. Everybody taking it easy, resting. Sounds like Steve's managed to find an elephant, so I think we're going to send you across to Madikwe.
Everybody, for a bit of wallowing elephant. Saw this big bull coming from the distance, and well, what a splendid way to spend the afternoon. Oh, big head shake. You can actually see that the liquid is turning to sludge. Yesterday it was at least liquidy, now it's very sludgy. So good chance he's going to do some sand dust bathing now, and then followed by that he's going to go over to the favorite little pole that everybody seems to, you can kind of just see the base of it under his belly there. There's a stump here that is the choice rubbing post for elephants and warthog alike. Rub it in the eye. We have an ostrich. Goodness gracious, we haven't seen an ostrich here before. Is it in frame? Male ostrich. Oh my word. Linda, of course, there must be lots of benefits. I mean, if anyone's gone to a spa and covered themselves in mud, there's exfoliant, there's minerals in the earth. Bear in mind, our skin is our largest organ, and no doubt the elephant there's something going on. I mean, we see elephants doing this all the time. As our ostrich comes around, we'll get him in a moment. Indeed, our elephant is going to the favorite rubbing post. So the mud wallowing, the moistening of the skin softens the body and probably allows for the minerals to enter. Mud packs and all sorts of elements and minerals that we put on our skin do get absorbed. Magnesium baths, all that sort of stuff. So I have no doubt that there's benefit. And there also seems to be a lot of pleasure the elephants get out of it. Now, I can't say I've ever seen an ostrich walk up to a pan and drink. It would be a first for me. I think it's quite commonplace in places like Etosha, but I'll let you know if it gets closer. We'll stay with our rubbing elephant. Sorry, Rian, to throw you in the loop like that. I'll let you know if the ostrich is closer, but our elephant is giving himself a proper little scratch. Now, we've seen how many elephants indulge on that stump there, and they always scratch after moistening their skin. And now he's going to walk off, and he's going to go show the ostrich who's boss. He's walking quickly. He doesn't like ostriches. I've heard about this. I'm joking. Elephants have no issue with ostriches, but it seems like this one does. No, the other tree over there has got much nicer knobs on it, much better for accessing parts of the body that very round stump just isn't quite managing. So Rian and I have been talking about ostriches here and why we haven't seen maybe the predator number. Perfect habitat. There's lots of good habitat here for ostriches. And so this is a new bird for my Madikwe list. How exciting. Now, have any of you seen an ostrich here before on the show in Madikwe? Let me know. It's a male ostrich, if you're not sure. Males are black with the white, and the females are brown. The common ostrich, in case there was another name. There he is. How splendid. Now we're constantly scanning right, left when we're at this pan, because animals don't generally make much of a noise on their way here. You know, the amount of times Rian and I are busy framing up on something and we look and there's an animal walking in is all the time. So, and the birding at pans like this can also be quite something. Our elephant really, he's decided that he wants to go and have some fun with the ostriches, I think. Poor ostrich, turn around and show the elephant how fast you are. No? There's the elephant, and apologies for the pole. We do try and position in the best possible way we can here. Definitely a male elephant. The ostriches are quite easy to identify male versus female because of the color. Elephants have a different mechanism for identifying male and female. And back to the pan, back to some more warthogs. We actually need to start color coding these warthogs because we're not quite sure if it's the same ones returning. We do see some families that seem to be ones that we hear before. They go, they return, they go, they return. And how many times in a day does a warthog return to a wallow? It seems to be exceptional. It's just testament to the temperatures that we have at the moment. And we have a buffalo as well hiding in the thickets behind the warthog there, who is also quite keen to come out. He did spend a moment in the pan with us before thundering off into the thickets. Can you see him? There he is, in our lion tree. Now, those of you who have no idea what I'm talking about, that tree in the middle of frame had a lioness in it the other day. And the lioness killed a warthog, or she caught a warthog after jumping off that. It was quite a remarkable scene. Yeah, it's Gorkopan. Now I feel like Rian, our elephant bull, is going to come and say hello to us because, well, he's lonely. He's a lonely fellow. And don't worry, we are not worried about him at all. Fortunately, the pole is exactly where he is right now. Hello, my boy. Do you want to come and say hello? Are you looking for another edge to scratch? The end of this Land Cruiser, I think, would be a lovely place to scratch, but I won't allow that to happen. I've yet to have my car deliberately rubbed by an elephant. I think he deliberately walked around to give that ostrich a hard time, Rian. Don't you agree? Looked like it. And now he's contemplating whether he wants to give us a hard time, or maybe come and wallow some more. And I feel like eminently another herd of Ellies is going to just materialize out. I think maybe that's what our bull is sort of feeling. He's like, okay, I think it's about that time for a herd to arrive. So let me just pretend that I was just hanging here having a drink and mud wallow, and when they arrive I can just introduce myself because, well, I was already here. It's a very good strategy. Very good strategy. Playing hard to get. Nolene, how do warthogs protect themselves from predators? Well, it certainly isn't their eyesight. They are very quick and they sleep in burrows at night. That is probably the number one protection against predators, is to sleep in a burrow. They go in backwards so they can come out forwards. Doesn't always work for them because sometimes we have predators waiting in ambush outside, but it definitely is successful, the amount of warthogs that we see. But without holes and burrows in the ground, warthogs wouldn't survive out here. So the habitat, it's instrumental for them to have termite mounds dug out by aardvarks and the like for them to burrow in. That is key. And then their activity when it comes to the water points is in the heat of the day, when ideally our predators are less active. They are quite jumpy, so they try to be as vigilant as possible. But we have another one coming in with her youngsters, and they employ a similar strategy that zebras employ, although they're a little bit more hasty than zebras. They come in, and these three have definitely been here already today. They come in single file, and they're very quick to run away if something isn't quite to their liking. I have no doubt their sense of smell is very good. So most of the pigs we've seen have been coming in at an angle that would indicate that they are picking up on the potential risks of predators through smell. And then they have tusks. So tusks enable them to turn on a predator if need be. Bearing in mind, and I've been talking about that at length this morning, Nolene, about the white beard stripes that we find. I don't know if she's or he's too far to the right. I was moving out of frame again. Apologies for that. But the ostrich is trying to sneak up on us. The beard stripes, the white beard stripes on the warthogs are a very good element of defense in a way, because a lion or a leopard or cheetah that has encountered a warthog before with tusks knows the risks involved, and so that element of having a beard stripe without yet growing the tusks is enough to give the warthog that moment where the predator hesitates for them to run away. Another element, and I know this sounds like the last resort, but it most certainly is, the noises that a pig makes. First of all, when they get caught, they're very difficult to silence. It's very hard to make a warthog stop squealing immediately. And the noises that a warthog makes, and it's been well proven in many animals, that bellow, that bleating death bellow that an animal gives off when they are being murdered, and the warthog gives off quite the squeal, has been well documented to not chase the predator off, to not call the friends in, although sometimes with warthogs it can happen. What it has been proven, Nolene, is that it attracts other predators. And so in the ensuing conflict of a lion or a leopard or a hyena coming into the potential kill that's going on, that animal, including the warthog, has the potential to escape. Okay, so that is a very good strategy. They squeal to high heaven. And many a leopard has lost a warthog due to that, due to the fact that hyenas are following them closely. You saw Taylor the other day with my ribs, caught that young warthog and went straight up the tree. There was no time to do anything because he knows the risks of being on the floor with a pig that's squealing. Puts him at risk. So a predator that is on a kill and another predator, anything coming in, generally will cause that predator to let go momentarily while they assess the risk of the competition coming in. Bearing in mind, when it's a lion or pride of lions, that squealing helps none or not at all. So the common ostrich takes my Madikwe list up to 164, which is not bad. It's not bad, really, out of about 350. There's a lot, though, that are missing. This ostrich is really making Rian work today. Our buffalo is going to stay in the shade until he finally calms down and decides that it's okay to come out. But our ostrich, that looks nothing at all like a buffalo, is tempted to come and say hello. Now, ostriches are predated upon by leopard, lion, and cheetah as an adult, and the youngsters, the eggs are predated upon by a wide variety of organisms. Very, very high in protein, an absolute score if you get hold of an egg. And the youngsters as well are obviously prone to birds of prey and small predators. But not an animal to tangle with, big male ostrich. I don't trust them. I've been to a few farms before where they've got tame ostriches and they come up to you. I just don't trust them. I'm quite afraid, actually, of an ostrich. It doesn't seem, yeah. Honey badger, I don't know of any other species of ostrich. Hence why I was being a bit comical before when I was reading the name and going, oh, it's the common ostrich, because I didn't know there was actually any other ostrich. But it is worth investigating. I mean, I don't know everything, so I don't think there's another ostrich species, but we never know. We shall have a look. Interesting. So there is actually another species of ostrich, the Somali ostrich, which I did not know. That is very interesting. So, the common ostrich, Struthio camellus, and the Somali ostrich, Struthio molybdophanes. Now that is news to me. I didn't know there was a different species of ostrich. Hence why there's a common. Obviously both African. And my ostrich is going to move off. Now, we've still got our male elephant who has not moved. I think he's having a nap. He was listening to my advice of waiting for the ladies. But for us to see him, I would have to reposition our vehicle. So I think we're just going to stay where we are, because we're in such a good spot as we are. And maybe our ostrich who's doing laps of this watering hole will materialize again. Maybe our buffalo, who is hiding out in the shade over there, will come out. And no doubt more warthogs will arrive. But we are hoping, once again, for the approach, generally has happened from the south, of a herd of elephants. One with all, you're a new viewer, welcome to the show. Isn't it amazing that you can ask questions and put comments in and they can be answered in real time? We are so glad that you are able to watch and so glad that we are imparting useful information. Do know that you are able to ask questions as well. Now that your comment has been addressed, send us through a question. Questions do go very far, everybody. They help us when it's a little bit quiet to delve into the depths of ecology, delve into the behavior of an animal that is standing in the shade, is wanting to come and wallow, but he's looking at Rian and going, Rian, you still owe me money, dude. Don't you think he's saying that, Rian? You don't owe him money. You settle that debt. Okay, we'll tell him that. It's a long-standing story that everybody, where a buffalo bull looks at you, that everybody says it looks like a debt collector and you owe him money, that look that you get. Especially when they do it with a bit of grass sticking out the mouth. They look at you with this death stare. And, you just feel it. You feel it. And they often do it looking down their nose, because that's how buffalo look. They look down the nose, so their head lifts a bit, and it just looks so menacing. But we are in the savanna biome, everybody. The biome, if you're not familiar with the word, is a large vegetation unit defined by geology and climate. So the savanna biome there's many different types of savanna. Up here we find about 2 different types, according to ACOX, the plant habitat book. And the savanna, though, is defined by a combination of trees, shrubs, and grasses. And that is commonly known as the savanna buffalo, also known as the Cape buffalo. And our elephant bull has finally decided that his nap has been sufficient. And he has heard me talking about savannas, and knowing that I'm starting to dig deep for things to talk about, he's like, I'm going to come and just play a little bit more in the mud. Because I'm also known as the savanna elephant. Because we also get the forest elephant, you see. It's a bit smaller. But look at that. Look at the mud. He's going to fall in it now. He's going to roll in that mud. Look at it, gooey. Oh, yeah. Caption that, everybody. Caption that. You ever have one of those days when it's just too hot and bothersome to do anything other than just plop down? He was having a nap standing in the sun. Now watch the center of gravity. He's going to have to push his head up first. Oh, the back legs. That's a whole lot of weight right there. And he's smelling. Who else has been here? Who else has been playing in this mud? Contemplation. Touching the jaw, the chin with the tip of the trunk. He's checking his watch as well and saying, sure that breeding herd and I was going to have a little check-in with was going to be here by now. Let me just dig a little bit more in the mud and pull myself out of here. KM, your caption, absolute bliss. Well, it definitely seems like it, doesn't it? And these muddy wallows in the savannah, especially in the summertime when it's so hot, are so important after the rains, because the rains accumulate in these little muddy basins that are so important for wallowing animals. If we had to survive out here, we would need to cover ourselves with mud quite regularly, or we would get sunburnt, we'd get insect bites, we'd get eaten alive if we had to survive out here permanently without the fixed abodes that we have. And so buffalo, elephant, rhino and warthog are very well known for their wallowing capabilities and desires and needs. And it often whether there's actual benefit we discussed before for the skin, there seems to be a lot of pleasure. Warthogs enjoy it, rhinos, buffalo, they really enjoy the coolness of the mud. And apart from elephants, the others all get biting flies that give them a hard time, together with ticks. The mud covers and drowns or suffocates the ticks, and going to a good scratching post and giving that a good itching is quite a common place, and the warthog is trying to sneak up on our elephant here. It's the same guy. He's come back 5 or 6 times today, that warthog at the back. Just trying to think what I do now. Am I going to climb out? Here we go. Let me climb out. Let me go give these guys a hard time now. And walk straight towards them. Watch your footing, my boy. Are you going to do some dust bathing right in front of us? Yes, you are. Covered in mud. Oh, what a spectacular fellow. Apologies again for the pole, but it is a very big animal. This has climbed out of the low-lying area in front of us where the framing is perfect. Now he's leaving some tracks and signs as he moves, not only the feet marks on the floor, but the soil is being eroded from the pan and deposited elsewhere. And he's now going to go off in search of some food, because he hasn't eaten in the last 45 minutes. And well, I'm sure he has the appetite of an elephant. He's going to go find himself some more food. Very slow gait, no urgency. We even see the elephant bulls when they come and arrive here at these pans. They take their time. Warthogs come charging in. Breeding herds with their youngsters come in at pace. Most of the other game animals take their time because they're very vigilant. But our elephant bulls arrive as slow as can be, and they leave in the same manner. Now those are some proper tusks. Now, he's a decent sized warthog, but I've seen some big pigs in the Kruger. I haven't seen the hugest warthogs here yet. I've seen a lot of medium sized ones and a lot of babies this time of year. But it seems like our pan has once again devoid of general game, and the birds come down to drink. As again I see what looks like might be our Lanner falcon coming in from an angle. So if you do have some birds on the edge there, just frame in on them and we might get another hit. Here we go. Well, good afternoon, everybody. Officially, good afternoon from our side here. If it is you're jumping on for the first time, welcome here to Madikwe, where the action has been unfolding here at Skokopan, as always, where we've just had an elephant bull mud wallowing. We've had a love affair of elephants here. We've had a buffalo, warthogs galore, and a lot of birding activity. Nick has been down in Kariga, and he has had some lions mating, and Lisa's been enjoying herself on the dam cam. My name is Steve. I'm joined by Rian on camera. And as always, if you have questions and comments you'd like to address, send them through. Please go ahead. We are here to facilitate that for you. Aquilia's coming down as a group. You might watch this behavior and think, why on earth do they do that? But we have seen two occasions when a Lana falcon has come down. Once we didn't get on camera. Yesterday we did. We still haven't checked it though ourselves to see what happened, but a warthog was wallowing and a Lana falcon came down, seemingly to land on the warthog, go for a bird. We are not sure. It happened so quickly, and a moment ago I saw another Lana falcon circling close by. And so that's why birds behave like this. That branch has been broken and thrown into the pan by an elephant. It's making the perfect sort of place for the birds to cycle down. It's difficult for a bird of prey to hit you if you're in a thicket. But we'll stay and see if that does indeed happen. In the meantime, let's send you over to Lisa in Ukukuyo.
And welcome to the National Summer Conference of the Egrets. This has been the funniest thing. I've probably been observing this for a good half an hour. And none of them do anything. Every now and again, they'll do a little bit of preening. But of course, if you are wondering, Lisa, they're probably waiting for fish. These egrets feed on insects. So no, that is not the case. I swear they are just... it looks like they are a panel of judges and they are waiting, you know, for different acts from different animals and giving their comments on that. But no, of course, I have no idea what they're doing. I'm not an egret, but literally they've just been standing like this for a good half an hour. Every now and again, there'll be a little bit of preening. You see this one here in the back is the only motivated one. There we go. But the others, they just chill it out. And of course we know, so we've got a mixture of little egrets here as well as the yellow-billed egret. And of course what they do is we often see them with cattle and buffalo. Of course we don't have either of those here in the lovely Ukukoyo. So they'll move around with the springbok and some of the other animals and sort of just wait for those animals to move through the grass. And of course flushing insects, grasshoppers, really anything they can get their beaks on. And they'll feed on that. And that is actually one of our very famous, or popular I should say, symbiotic relationships that we see in the animal kingdom. But that is known as commensalism, where one benefits and the other is not harmed, but it does not benefit either. So of course the egret benefiting and the impala or the springbok or whatever animal they are following, not really bothered in the least. And I've been trying to keep a close eye on the springbok as well, because there are definitely quite a few females that still have to give birth. Of course, we know that they are, for the most part, summer breeders. And if you are wondering, okay, but Lisa, summer is almost over, is it not? For the most part, yes. For our locations in South Africa itself, yes. But this is Namibia, which is a country just north of South Africa. So, of course, the weather pattern changes just a little bit, not too much. And so they get rainfall a little bit later, which, of course, is now rewarding us with this beautiful green scenery. And there are my children, my Egyptian goslings. Jamie, good afternoon. You are saying you love how green it is looking. I know. It is ridiculous, actually. And as I say, this is literally the result of, I would say, give or take, 3 weeks, not even. It really has just completely transformed. And yes, we have had, you know, some good rainfalls and some good quick storms. But I'm really, and I say this every single day, I really am looking forward to see what the next month is going to bring. And are the elephants going to come back? And is the black rhino going to come back? Which, in terms of its diet, I highly doubt. Of course, Namibia has the largest population of black rhino. But that being said, black rhinos do not eat grass. They are not like the white rhinos that we see on safari sometimes. They feed on leaves, so they are known as browsers, which for the most part will mean that they will stick to the tree line, I believe, for their food. But, of course, you know, the more it rains, the more this water hole is actually going to fill up, and hopefully the animals will come by and still drink water and cool off. But again, I don't know what's happening in the tree line. I don't know how many puddles have actually already formed, how many water holes have completely filled up. This water hole that we have here currently at this beautiful Ukokoyo campsite is a man-made water hole. However, we do, or the conservation management tries to, you know, keep it as limited as possible with regards to filling it up.
Hello, my name is Melanie and I'm sitting in freezing cold Hobart, Tasmania, which is a small island off the coast of Australia. I became an explorer for Wild Earth quite a number of years ago when they first advertised the positions. I'm so excited about winning the Rockfig prize, which will be in Madikwe, and I cannot wait to have that adventure. And I thank the organisers so much for this opportunity.
Yes, lapwings, we know you are here. I actually just want to check around again for some springbok lambs. Of course, it is becoming a more common occurrence now, but there are, as I mentioned, still so many females that have to give birth. So we'll just have a look-see around, but of course, you know, the youngsters also don't have to move around as frequently as the adults. So every now and again, you'll just see a tiny brown speck lying down, and those are actually the lambs, but it's actually pretty difficult to spot them. To be honest, I think I often overlook them, but we will try. Is that a lamb or an adult? No, it's an adult. So from what we saw yesterday, however, it was not as sunny as today. It was fairly overcast. But yesterday we saw a lot of the springbok lying down. Now that could have been due to the weather. It could have been due to the fact that so many are still in fact pregnant. So just taking a little bit of a rest chance. It really is super interesting when you start, you know, paying attention to these sort of details when it comes to the behaviors, the patterns, all of that. Just of something like a springbok. And of course, you know, I try to do that as much as I can with all of the species, not just here in Namibia, but also in the Sabi Sand, in Djuma. And it really is interesting if you just, of course, we don't have springbok in Djuma. We do have impala, but if you just start comparing the general patterns and behaviors and interactions from something like a springbok to something like an impala, very, very cool to observe. But I really have been having so much fun with the springbok, and you know, the fact that there's so much green grass around. Really, it's a Wednesday. Why are we fighting? My goodness. This is one of the comparisons. Males will actually spar with their horns. So, of course, this morning earlier on we saw a bachelor group in Djuma of impala. Now with springbok it can be a little bit tricky because both male and female have horns. So with the males, a good indicator is genitalia. And then another good indicator is what you are looking at right now. Show of dominance. Literally headbutting each other to sort of establish which one is the stronger one and the more impressive one. Y'all need to calm down. Some of these females are still pregnant. Can you just wait a little bit? And this is of course why a lot of animals do have horns. Something like a buffalo, antelopes, even a rhino. It's not only to defend themselves against potential predators or a female having to defend her youngster against also perhaps a predator, but definitely also for the males to... Ooh. Did you see that? He had him like in a death grip there. And his the throat was literally in the horns. I love how the other ones are just like, excuse me, guys, pardon me. Sorry. I've definitely experienced that. Having to get out of a place and there's like a bar fight going on or something. You're like, sorry, excuse me, I don't mean to interrupt. I just want to actually go to the restroom. Carry on as you were. Samantha, you would like to know, would I say, if springboks are social animals? I mean, yes, definitely. If you look at this sort of dynamic. However, for me personally, they are not as closely knit as something as impala, for instance. Especially during this time, or this season, you know, we've seen they really spread out. You can see they are thoroughly enjoying all of the grass, all of the space and all of that. However, of course, you know, everyone has their opinion on why animals do that. Why do some animals prefer open areas? Often we see with Nick and Kariga or with Rolf and Amakala, you know, in those vast open areas, a lot of the animals just like sort of, woohoo, this is me. And often I'm like, oh my word, can you just please hide yourself a bit better, because a cheetah or a lion or something is going to get hold of you. But then you also think, okay, well, perhaps, you know, it's more risky for the animal of prey to be in such an open area. But that way they can also spot a predator, hopefully from afar, because the predator doesn't have a lot of hiding space. But sorry, to get to get back to your question in terms of springbok being social, definitely. And again, you know, it's not, you can see they are quite spread out, but again, for the same reason like we discuss impalas in Djuma, for instance, there's a lot of areas where a predator can hide. That is most probably, according to our human interpretation, most probably why they are so closely knit together. Whereas here, they can really see far ahead if need be. So, but definitely social animals, yes. It is the whole of the Sabi Sands Impala. No, not really, but you would think so. You would definitely think so. Quite a few. I would guess probably a good 50 or 60 impala here. And I'm guessing it is from the same harem. We'll just have a look-see to see. But whew, it is lots of them. And it really is, I'm having so much difficulty with, you know, from the get-go to actually differentiate adult to I almost said children, to lambs. Because of course they grow so quickly. It really is quite scary. Ah, just look at them getting on that island. I love when animals get on that island. Whether it's the waterbuck, or whether it's the storks. It's not really an island. Of course, it is connected to the bank a little bit. And it is not very deep. But I think it suffices as an island. But that in itself tells us, you know, that Djuma definitely can do with some rain again. Djuma, Pride Lands, you know, all of these neighboring areas as well. Right, well there you can see the difference between a lamb and an adult. But they really grow up so fast. So quickly. And again, it's very vital for them to be able to at least attempt to evade predators. However, we've seen they are not always successful when it comes to the leopards, the wild dogs, lions, yes, but I mean, even a fully grown impala like that is a McNugget to a lion. So not really a big meal to them. And I do apologize about the wind that you hear every now and again. The animals are definitely not complaining. They love it. Definitely cools them off. Helps them to save their energy today. Oh, we've got some warthogs as well. And I just want all of you to quickly picture something. Whether you are Male, female impala, whatever you are rooting for right now. Just imagine you are that one male impala and you have to remember all of the females aren't even in frame right now. You had to take care of all of these. You have to try and mate with all of them. You have to listen to all of their queries and requests and complaints. Would you do it, or would you rather be part of a bachelor herd? I mean, let's be honest. Let's all just be honest with ourselves for 2 seconds. What is this thing? Is that a baboon? Tis a baboon. If you know me, you know I am not too fond of them. But I will say that they are super fascinating characters in the African bush. It's not a very pretty thing. They could definitely be part of the ugly five. I would way rather put a baboon there as opposed to a hyena or warthog. But what do I know? Apparently I wasn't chosen for that panel to make that decision. But very intelligent animals. And very, very interesting animals, but also very aggressive animals. I don't like them. If you like them, let me know. But as I say, for me personally, it's just not a nice animal. It's not like an elephant or an impala or a warthog even. Everything they do, for me personally, is just super bombastic. I might be wrong. Maybe you've got a different opinion about the Kechma baboon. Strange animal. Now, often you will see with your primates, and I'm not just referring to in Africa, all over the world really, they are very visual animals. So often their genitalia or, their rear ends, or whatever the case is, will actually be very colorful or very visual. Like the Kechma baboons, we see the pink buttocks. With a vervet monkey, the males have that very vibrant blue testicles, which in Afrikaans is why we refer to them as a blue monkey. So that is just like birds, that is what they rely on to attract each other and also intimidate each other. Big vervet monkey with really, really large blue testicles is going to be very, very intimidating to other members of that group. And it's the same with baboons, The males are generally very, very huge. They have no shame in showing off their genitalia to other males, to females. And I'm not sure why. It's just ever since I was little. I don't know if I had like a traumatic incident with these guys or what it is, but I'm just not a fan. Again, they are very interesting to observe on safari. But it's not like I would say a baboon is in my top 10 of favorite animals. Actually, just want to see if there are others around. I know there was a troop, not a full troop, from what I could see at least, that was around earlier on at the actual camp or at actual headquarters. So I just want to see if they are still around, but to my knowledge, I thought they had taken off. Wakisha, good afternoon, and thank you so much for your comment. I think I see more baboons under the tree. You're saying what a nice variety of lovely animals. Thank you, I agree. Not necessarily, I don't know if I will put baboon and lovely in the same sentence. But definitely so amazing when we can see so many animals, just in one moment. From warthogs to impalas, to baboons, and of course all of the birds around. It really is super interesting. I think it's just going to be a little bit difficult to actually focus on these guys, especially since it's super windy, which I don't think our naturalists will be too upset about this afternoon. The breeze will definitely help them. Woo! There we are. That very obvious coloration that I was referring to earlier on. Oh, look at the baby! Yes, I will admit that is cute. But if you ever mention that to anyone else, I will deny that I ever said it. Mom! Woman! Just want to see if we can go out a little bit. This wind is making it a tiny bit tricky for us. Ooh, you see, like, that is a big male. Very, very big. And they are not at all hesitant when it comes to disciplining each other. Not necessarily even just the younger ones. They are very, as I say, bombastic. And they form what we call an oligarchy, which is like, I refer to it as a mini mafia in a troop. So there's, look at that tiny one. I'll just sit here. It's that way I can see. William, you are saying this has been such a fun escape to nature. I never thought I would enjoy watching baboons, but I guess they do surprise you every now and again. All of the animals for that matter, but yes, we really have had an awesome day. We, of course, we've seen elephants and lion and buffalo and rhino. Jeez, we've actually seen a lot. Perhaps I shall try to find us a leopard. But no, it really has been, as I always say, everything we see is a blessing. Not just even the big five and the big mammals, from the butterflies to the lapwings, to the terrapins, everything is just always so special to see. And I think as, human beings, especially if we are so fond of wildlife and so used to wildlife, we tend to eventually get into a mindset of it is our right to actually get to witness this and be part of it and observe it. But it really isn't, not one bit. It is such a massive privilege, and every single day, of course, is a privilege. Ooh, this wind. You see, now I really feel... Ooh, just look at that sun coming out. It's going to help me find a leopard now, hopefully. I really feel pressured now, because apparently Nick has once again found his beautiful cats. So I'm going to send you over to Kariga so you can see what's happening there.
Okay, and we're back with our lions, our beautiful lions. And they've shifted position a little bit from where they were earlier when we saw them. Oh, you can see this male resting right up against the edge of a thicket. Yeah, I'm just having a look at his body language. I think there might have been a little bit of a change potentially while we've been gone from these lions. So this is the dominant brother of the two, and the lioness was sitting with him just to the left hand side of where he is now, 5 seconds before we went live here. She got up and walked into the thicket, and it sounds like the other male is in there, and there was a bit of growling that was going on. So potentially they may have grabbed something small, maybe a little warthog or something like that. I think they might have a little bit of a carcass. I mean, if you have a look at the position and the body language of this male, look how his mouth is open, he's panting really heavily. When we saw him earlier, he wasn't panting like this, and it's not like the sun has been out and it's that much hotter. Remember, if lions do eat something, it raises their body heat. They're trying to digest what they've eaten. So I think they may have potentially got something. I'm not too sure what it is. I haven't seen any type of carcass, but just kind of putting two and two together here. Yeah, you can definitely see that heavy breathing now that we've zoomed in.
Join us from the 23rd till the 27th of January for a week of back-to-school special safaris tailored specifically towards our future conservationists. Our naturalists will exclusively be taking questions from schools across the globe. Tune in for some entertaining animal education to ease you back into the school year, because fostering the upcoming generations of conservationists matters.
But you can imagine if it was something small like a warthog, an unsuspecting warthog sort of walking past while these lions were lazing around here. It's not going to keep them going for very long. So there might have been a little bit of fighting and squabbling amongst them. But for now, everybody's peaceful, everybody's resting and taking it easy. And in the meantime, while our lions sleep the rest of the afternoon away, let's send you across to Steve.
Thanks, Nick. And welcome back to Madikwe. Lions making a kill and mating. It's not something I've commonly seen, or ever seen, to be honest. But here we have a giraffe making a killing of this acacia. Browsing. Only a few minutes. She's going to walk past the airstrip terminal building straight through our pole. And, well, you know, we can frame them as long as we want to until they move. Sorry about that, everyone. Now, this guy over here has decided that things are much better on the other side of the road. And once again, the pole. We do apologize, everybody. This is a live safari, and while the animals, they do move. But this lady's going to come again. And is she going to feed on the next acacia? The wind is blowing directly towards her. Feed on the trees upwind of the tree she was feeding on. That's the general strategy. Let's see, is this one? Let's have a little look. Stick my face in there. And sorry about the aerial. It seems like all of our bits and pieces are in the way today. No, she didn't like the taste of that one. She's going to move on, and there's a water treatment facility in the background there. We had everybody framed so beautifully on the left hand side, and they've all just gone and ruined it for us. But that is the nature of broadcasting live from the wild places. Now, is that tree going to be a bit more palatable? Let's see if she has a good look at it. No, let me think. Hang on. Let me reach. Let's have a little nibble here. No, not in the mood. Alice, it's been a wonderful afternoon. We're so thankful you're able to join us. Should I say morning and afternoon? And Giraffe are exiting stage right. That is how it works, everybody. That is how it works. It has been a wonderful day. It's been a wonderful warm day. And myself and Rian are going to be slowly making our way back now for a little rest before this afternoon. We've driven from Skokopane all the way to here, and these are the first animals that we saw. So it is hot out there, and everybody is hiding in the shade, which sounds like a very good idea. Although there is a bit of a wind picking up, it is a very dry wind. So we'll see you all again later on the Sunset Safari, but until then, I'll send you over to Nick with his sleepy cats.
Okay, not too many changes quite yet. I'm definitely just going to bide my time and just wait and see what takes place here. I'm pretty sure there is some type of a carcass that's remaining. I can't hear any crunching of the bones or anything like that. I can't see the other two lions, or lion and lioness. But the thicket that they've gone into is quite sort of impenetrable. I'll kind of zoom out here and show you. You can see it's a very dense thicket, this. And I would assume that the second male is quite a bit further in that thicket. Remember, this male that we're now looking at, he has been mating with that lioness. So I don't think he would really allow that lioness to go into the thicket and lie right down next to his brother. I'm sure he would assert a little bit more dominance, that there'd more than likely be a fair bit of growling going on. So potentially that lioness is lying down just in front of him. Remember, we did see the flick of a tail not so long ago. And potentially that second male is quite deep in that thicket there. Waukesha, 100%. He's an absolute stunner. That thick mane is the epitome of health in a male lion. So today has been a little bit cooler, a little bit more overcast, which is good for these lions. You can imagine if it was a stinking hot day, that carcass would really start to smell a lot faster compared to if it's a cooler, overcast day like today. So your things like your flies will definitely take a lot longer to reach a carcass like this. He is getting comfy, this boy. With that carcass wedged in the thicket, it's going to be harder for some of your raptors and things to potentially spot it. And who knows? I mean, if it's a baby warthog or something like that, these lions are not going to be on this carcass for all too long. Yeah, I just saw another bit of movement just to the right hand side of this male's head. So it looks like the flicking of an ear, actually. So I think that is the lioness, very close to where he is. But they're definitely not making it easy for us here at the moment, are they? So in terms of going between carcasses, these lions can definitely go a few sort of days without hunting. And if you have just managed to join us, welcome. So happy that you could be here. So happy you could join us here at Kariega. We've got this male lion in frame. Just to give you a quick update, we think there's potentially a carcass in the thickets here. 2 other lions with him. We've had a lovely day with some warthogs moving around in Djuma. We've had some buffalo and elephant in Madikwe. That's been a lovely, relaxing escape to nature with a nice variety throughout all our locations. You can see we've still got a bit of a breeze moving across here with the foliage moving around and about. But yeah, like I was saying, you can imagine that if it was a big pride, you know, if you've got, sometimes you get those mega prides, you hear of those really large prides of like 20, 25 lions. You can imagine if 25 lions are hungry and they manage to grab a warthog, even if it's a big one, there's going to be so much fighting and squabbling and hitting and growling going on between everybody. Whereas with 3 lions like we've got here, I feel like a carcass is going to last a whole lot longer. And potentially that's maybe why we're not seeing a whole lot of fighting or anything like that. I've heard 1 or 2 little bouts of growling, but maybe they've got themselves significant. A blesbok or a big warthog or something like that. And at this stage, it's just purely speculation in terms of what it could be. I mean, we could go through all the different species that we find here on Kariega, but whatever it is well tucked in that thicket, and I have had zero glimpse of that carcass yet. I'll definitely try and maneuver my way around, see if there's any little gap that I can peer through to see what's happening. And the wind is definitely not strong, but I haven't heard any growling, any sort of bones or cartilage being broken, carcass potentially being flipped over, even twigs snapping in that thicket. Terry, no, they don't have a limit. Lions will eat and eat and eat and eat. For them, they don't know when their next carcass will be. And they will absolutely gorge themselves to the point of where they get up and start to walk. Their stomach, it looks like there's a balloon inside there, that it just, and you can see it's uncomfortable. Any type of movement is a massive effort, and they'll digest that over a few days. So no, they will definitely eat a large portion of meat in one sitting. I mean, something like a buffalo, which weighs 700 kilos, they're not going to eat it all in the space of 2 hours. You know, they'll definitely take their time eating it. But once the lions are finished with that buffalo, there will be zero left. Maybe a flap of skin, but that's about it. Remember, they're not going to eat the bones. Your things like hyenas are only able to digest bone, but they will eat around everything. See, they eat around the ribs, the hip bones and things. They would absolutely gnaw against that. Nothing goes to waste. And when lions have been on a carcass for a few days, you've got to watch where you drive. You can imagine having a diet purely comprised of protein. If you drive over that dung, that scat of a lion, you will smell it on your tires for the next 2 days. You wash it off if you like, but you'll still smell it. Horrendous smelling stuff. I'd really love to know what they've caught. If anybody's got any ideas, any thoughts, you're welcome to send your answers in. Let us know what you think they've potentially caught. Yeah, if you look at at this sort of angle, look at the contour of his back legs, his hips, even in relation to where his mane and his head is, sticking out a lot. It's bulging, and you can even see from this distance, oh, he's still panting heavily. Occasional swish of the tail to chase some of the flies away. And remember, there's no rush for these lions. It's not like they need to go straight away and head down to that little waterhole not too far away to have a drink. Remember, on a bigger carcass, it can sometimes take even 3/4 of a day before one of the lions may head down to drink from a waterhole or a river system or something like that. So potentially maybe later on this afternoon, or even going into this evening, they might head down to that waterhole. Oh, big stretch. Quite comical, resting his front right paw up on that tree like that. Look at his stomach, it looks even bigger from this angle now. Yeah, often when lions are full like this, you'll see they actually turn right onto their back and get all of the pressure off of that stomach if it is very full. You can imagine, putting pressure on your stomach lying down. It can't be comfortable if you've got lots of meat there. So I think he's really just turning over, trying to find a nice, comfortable position. I think at this point in time, he's really too lazy to take his paw off of that shrub. So just in case anybody is wondering why I'm not panning to the side looking or showing the other lions, I can't see them for the moment. John, we've got our first answer. You think the lions have brought down an impala? Very good possibility. I mean, in terms of the area of where we are here, it's kind of, you've got quite a few open clearings, and kind of intermingled in and amongst all those open clearings are quite a few dense thickets. Remember, impalas are mixed feeders, so there's plenty of variety in terms of choice here for them to choose of what they'd like to have. So there is every chance that they could have caught an impala. Remember when we did last see them, we were looking at that one male who was sitting up and the other two were lying down. And they weren't far away. I mean, they were 15 meters away or so. And when those other two were lying down, there was no ways that I could see them, even though I knew that they were there. So potentially, after we left, that the second male might have lain down as well, and that impala just didn't see anything. Maybe the wind was blowing from the impala towards the lion, so the impala didn't pick up on the scent of the lion. So that's a very good guess. It might not even be a guess. Might be the right answer. So remember, in terms of the development phases of a lion, for a young male who's growing up in a pride, once he starts to hit sort of a year old, he starts to develop in size quite a lot. Getting closer to a year and a half, he starts to develop small patches of a mane, the start of a mane, a bit of bum fluff, if you want to call it that, on his chest, and like a little mohawk going down the top of the ridge of his back there. Like I said, he's starting to put on a little bit of size, get a bit bigger. He starts to think that he's the business. And when it comes to carcasses like this, especially when it's a small carcass, that is when the young males of a pride really start to push the boundaries. You know, let's say it is a small impala, and the dominant male, he would look to take that whole impala for himself, or if it is a very big carcass, he would look to take the best parts of that carcass for himself, the softest and juiciest parts. And those young males really start to think that they're a bit of a somebody. And instead of being very submissive to their father, they hold their position at the carcass. And they're not submissive to the male, and that's where a lot of problems come. That's where a lot of trouble comes for that younger male. Lawrence, would a lion take down a bird? No. Not for food. You think of a bird, it doesn't hold a lot of meat on it. It's not going to sustain a lion. But within saying that, when you get lion cubs, youngsters, adolescents, you look anything from sort of 6 months, even 4 months going forward, between the age of sort of 4 months and slightly closer to a year. They're curious about everything. They investigate everything. Remember, there's a lot of playing going on between the youngsters, and I've seen it myself of these lions had eaten a carcass. They went down to a waterhole to have a drink, and it was more of a small little mud wallow, if anything. And there was a family of Egyptian goose, 2 parents and 4 little fledglings, 4 youngsters. The parents saw these lions coming in and flew off, and idiotically the youngsters did not follow the Egyptian goose parents. Within this lion pride, there were 5 youngsters of, they must have been around, I can't remember, somewhere between 6, 7 or 8 months, in that sort of range. And they saw this as an opportunity to practice their hunting skills, and they took out each and every young Egyptian goose. So I've seen that with my own eyes. But you will not find the lionesses, the fully mature lions, going after birds. They don't have enough meat on them. You think of like a spurring goose. Yes, it is quite a chunky bird, but once they've taken all the feathers off, there's not that much left. Whereas on the other hand, you look at something like a young leopard that's just become independent from its mother. All of a sudden there's this massive change in their lifestyle, in their life situation, of where mom has been providing food for them, and all of a sudden they're fending for themselves and they have to catch food for themselves. Remember, for leopards, that'll be around the age of sort of 18 months, 20 months. And I've also seen a young leopard of around 20 months catching guinea fowl, helmeted guinea fowl. And similarly, when he did catch that guinea fowl, he plucked all of the feathers off and ate it. So that's been quite opportunistic. But for a big male lion like this that we're having a look at, he's not going to bother catching birds. That's really not going to float his boat. For an animal that's 220 kilos, he's going to need a bit more meat to sustain himself.
When was the last time you caught your breath? When were you last truly amazed? When last did you marvel at the wonder of nature? Wild Earth Epic Animal Encounters. Only available on the Wild Earth app.
I mean, both in terms of hunting strategies between lions and leopards, both of them will stalk their prey. They'll have a plan in mind. Before running, they've analyzed the herd. They've had a look. Are there any older ones? Are there any injured ones? They've made a plan. It's not like they run and then they choose, oh, okay, that one, this is the closest, let's go for that one. Now they've got a plan in mind. They know exactly what to do, which individual they're going for. They have assessed where the best cover and things like that is going to be. Whereas, you can look at something like African wild dog, a completely different type of tactic. Wild dogs basically head off hunting on a trot. They hunt by sight. You won't see wild dogs stalking an impala or any prey species that they're going after. That's not how they operate. They hunt together as a cohesive unit, as a pack. But you won't see them stalking prey species. Sandy, that's a good question. The lions will prefer to hunt at night time as opposed to during the day. However, they're not going to pass up the opportunity to hunt during the day if something walks past and potentially doesn't see them. Maybe like what happened today. If you look at the structure of their eyes and things like that, very well developed night vision. But they're definitely not going to give up the opportunity to catch something and have a meal during the day. It just goes against their very instinct. It's not like if, let's say, this was an impala. It's not like the impala walks past and this male's got to think like, oof, I feel very lazy today. I do have a lady friend here. I've got a bit of company. I just don't feel like hunting today. It's just instinct. It's pure instinct that just kicks in and they go straight after it. I had a most incredible sighting.
Sorry about that. Nick just disappeared with his sleepy lion. But can I just say, I do not blame that lion one bit. Of course, we know that they do race during the day. And there was definitely some blood on that male's face as well. So I'm also very curious as to know what it ate. Hopefully Nick can see a little bit of something before they completely devour it. But for now, we are still just watching some beautiful springbok in Okokoyo. And can I just show you something adorable? Let me just get to that side again. Come on, come on. Let me just get you to the side where all of the cuteness is. And a wildebeest with a bit of an identity crisis. That's all right. We'll forgive you. Will I be able to see it now? Just bear with me. Alright, it's very difficult to see. But if you look at the springbok off to the left, there is a tiny lamb lying down just behind that tree. You can just see the face moving every now and again. And that is really so minute. I have no idea when that tiny one was born. And of course now I can't see the actual body size. But if I had to guess, I would... Oh, look at that. Just got up for me. If I had to guess, I would say... There we are. Oh Gosh, I wish I could actually see if there's an umbilical cord. But that tiny one, I wouldn't say older than 3 days or so. And of course, that's just me guessing. I have no idea. Yesterday, I really thought I would be able to see a birth. And then I looked like a crazy person, you know. I was just following around this one springbok the whole time. Probably missed 5 other births in the process. But that is how it works on safari. We win some, we lose some. Sometimes you sit with cheetahs for 3 hours. I think Rolf can definitely testify to this. You know, you hope they make a kill or do something. Sometimes it happens with lions. And then just like we saw with Nick, sometimes you just come across them, you know, you were with them before, you come across them, and in the meantime, in those few minutes that you were not with them, they managed to actually get something. And it goes the same for everything else in nature as well. Life, death, whatever the case. Most probably going to come out now for their picnic time. I would definitely have a picnic on this grass. I mean, can you just imagine? So what I do when I'm actually on shift, when I have a break, I literally go outside and I lie on the grass and just chill. But can you imagine how soft this grass must be? I don't know, it just seems super fluffy, super soft. I don't know if they'll actually allow me to do it, but when I come to visit Okokoyo, I definitely I'll sneak out one night and just sort of take a quick nap on the grass. Perhaps not the best idea. You see, now Dee is laughing, our director. Now, I'm not sure if she's laughing at me or what happened. But that is literally what I would do, Dee. I think I've gotten so used to the bush, and I don't think you should ever become complacent as a naturalist or even just as a wildlife enthusiast. Because, of course, that is the mistake a lot of people make. I remember one night at my former lodge, I was working out. It was super late. Oh, so I had a rule at my previous lodge. If I'm gonna sleep less than 4 hours, I don't go to sleep that night. Otherwise, I'm worse off as opposed to, you know, not sleeping at all. So I think I went to bed at 12:30, and I had to be up again at 3:30 for safari to prepare everything in the vehicle and do wake-up calls and everything. So I decided, all right, 12:30 at night, let me work out. And I was working out and everything. And I think I went a good 20 minutes and I was like, I should probably just listen to, you know, the bush noises and see what's happening. And I promise you, just as I took out my earphones, there was a male lion roaring. And as I took my torch, he was literally, I think, 200 meters away from me. But luckily, I wasn't doing it too extravagantly. I was going rather easy. Didn't want to wake my colleagues. And thank goodness for that. Otherwise, I might have become a happy mule. But we really become so comfortable in nature. And we must always, of course, just remember to respect it. But would you not lie on this grass? You don't even need a blanket or pillow. Just look at that. Just look at all of our fluffy children. It really has been such an awesome journey with these ones. And they really have grown so quickly. And every time I just have to, do a double take just to make sure there are in fact 6 of them left. But just look how fluffy they are. Oh, good stretch. Stretch your little wings. Come on, guys. Dee 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 dee. Dee 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 dee. Here we go. I literally become a child when I see baby animals. Whether it's Egyptian geese, or baby elephants, or a baby springbok. What is that in the water? What on earth is this? I have no idea what we are looking at right now. Is it a bird? Is it a reptile? Is it a rock? Is it even moving? Well, that's fairly confusing. I will definitely keep an eye on it. Let me just count the babies again and make sure. No, all of the tiny ones are accounted for. The other day I was very confused and I was actually just looking at one of the Egyptian geese babies. But that actual thing in the water, I have no idea what that is. Perhaps it's just a rock, and I am overanalyzing this. But I will definitely keep my eye on it, whatever it is, and of course keep all of you posted. But remember, after this, we are going to have Penguin Beach, and then of course this afternoon we are having Sunset Safari as well. And remember, if you have any nephews, nieces, children, even you yourself, please do join us for the first hour of Sunset Safari. I have to say, yesterday was super interesting. The questions that came from those children is just... I think one of my favorite questions was, at what age does a leopard look for a girlfriend? Or something along the lines of that. And I thought that was super cute. But yes, as I say, please do join us for that this afternoon on Sunset Safari. I promise you, you will learn something. Kids come up with the most radical questions and comments. So we are definitely looking forward to having you then. And tomorrow we will be doing a quiz again on Escape to Nature. I think I more or less have an idea as to what, but I think it is definitely time for one of those again. Especially seeing that we are still awaiting the animals to come see how beautiful and green Okokoyo is and has become. But aren't our Egyptian geese just so amazing? They are always sticking around, always checking in with us. Oh, it's swim time again. But I will definitely be around this afternoon for Sunset Safari, and I really do hope you join us for that. Remember, after this, it's Penguin Beach. And remember, tomorrow we'll be back. Same time, same place. Looking forward to spending another awesome escape to nature with all of you again tomorrow. And of course, from Steve and Rian and all of their many elephants and animals and warthogs, thank you so much for joining us today on Escape to Nature. Of course, from Nick and his corny but brilliant jokes. In Kareja, thank you so much for joining us. And then, of course, for myself, Lisa, your waterhole naturalist. I really do hope you have a beautiful rest of the Wednesday, wherever you find yourself in the world. And again, I really do hope you stay tuned for Penguin Beach and join us for Sunset Safari this afternoon. I promise you, it's going to be super interesting. But let me leave you with a beautiful, beautiful scenery here in the lovely, green, fresh, luscious Okokoyo. And then I will see you again tomorrow for Escape to Nature. And as I say, do join us. We'll have a challenge ready. I think it's going to be a tricky one. It will definitely be one that we have not done before. So study up. Make sure you know everything about nature. No, I'm kidding. But I'll see you all again tomorrow. And again, thank you so much for your time and for spending your day with us today on Escape to Nature. See you tomorrow.
Hello again to everyone. Welcome. Apologies for the late start, but here we are, live and interactive as always, back at Stony Point Nature Reserve for another segment of Penguin Beach. Hello everyone, my name is Gary. I'll be a naturalist again for today. As always, we have Jason behind the camera. As always, Jason, thanks for all the awesome and stellar footage. And yeah, we're at Jacuzzi today. So it is low tide, so not too much behavior going on. But we do have hopefully 2 surprises. But yeah, we're at Jacuzzi, low tide. There's a few penguins around, a little bit of swimming behavior. And we had quite, I mean, look guys, it's quite windy today, not gonna lie, but fortunately, I think it does seem that this current bay we're in is blocking us from most of the gusts, because the adjacent towns, the wind is absolutely blowing. But for now, actually a beautiful day. Sunny, no clouds, water in the bay is nice and flat and blue, low tide, so nice and calm. Yeah, I'm just looking forward to another great day here at Penguin Beach. Hey guys, just a reminder again, we are live and we are interactive. If you guys have any questions, any queries, anything you'd like to know, please do send them in. From my side, as always, it's always great to hear from you guys. But yeah, but on today's schedule, or hoping, because again, it's nature, you never know what might happen. But hopefully we get to see Coco again. Cinnamon is out, but he's hiding, so hopefully Cinnamon makes an appearance, and then there are a few lizards about, so hopefully they also stay around. And then, as always, maybe we just, maybe we get lucky with some penguin behavior, or just get lucky with some interesting visitors. I said it before, the thing about nature is it's like an unopened present. Come the time, come the day, you never know what you might see or experience. Hi there, Craze Mango, welcome. That is an epic question. So when did the penguin's evolutionary path split from flying birds? I am going to have to get back to you with an answer on that. What I do know about the penguin's evolutionary tree, so the phylogenetic tree, is that they're kind of not a standalone, but it is sort of a bit of I forget the term, but yeah, they are a bit of a standalone group on their own. The closest living relatives are the albatross group. Albatrosses, and I think it's shearwaters, but I'll double check that for you now. The year when they split, I will have to get back to you with an answer on that. But that is a very cool question. I'm actually looking forward to looking into it and get you an answer. What I also do know is one of the penguin's ancestors, but this is an ancient penguin that has already lost the ability to fly, so one of the most ancient penguin fossils was a very, very big species. I want to say human height, might even be a bit bigger. So I mean, in comparison, the biggest living penguin currently is the emperor penguin. They nest and molt on in Antarctica, so on the Antarctic continent. And they're about a meter two, so they're quite big, so much bigger than our African penguin friends over here. Let me have a look at my field guides and see